All right, I'm gonna call this meeting to order. And I'm gonna ask the clerk to do roll call.
Councilmember Pulapati.
Here.
Councilmember Budge.
Here.
Councilmember Sander.
Here.
Vice Mayor Terry.
Here.
Mayor Gatewood.
Here. Can I ask the clerk to announce the meeting, video recording and playback schedules?
The meeting of the Rancho Cordova City Council will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast Consolidated Communications and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed captioned and webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will air on Friday, May 7th at 2 p.m. and Tuesday, May 11th at 9 a.m. This meeting can also be viewed on Metro Cable 14's YouTube channel. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any library branch. A copy can also be ordered from the City Clerk's Department. And a webcast of this meeting will also be available on the city's website within 48 hours of adjournment of this meeting.
All right, let's go ahead and have Siri. Can you do the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yeah.
And then I invite everyone to stay on for the invocation.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. I'm going to wait. Oh, she's there. Can Mrs. Resnick of the Highlands Community Charter School give the invocation?
Hello? Do you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. So let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we are very grateful for the opportunity that we can gather all together via Zoom. Please give us today your wisdom for the right solutions for the items on our agenda. We want to be the best examples for the people that live here in Rancho Cordova. Help here us today to find great solutions for the problems that we face here in our community, because we want to serve the people and we want to show your beauty here at our city. We are very grateful for everything. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Yeah.
Right. I'm going to give Stacy a chance to get Gary Goodman. Stacy, is one of those Gary?
He should be on.
Excellent. Gary, from the district manager of the Sacramento Yolo Mosquito Vector Control, is here for a presentation.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Gary. There you are.
Hopefully, yes, thank you. Hopefully you can hear me. I believe Persephone is going to share the screen. Thank you very much, Persephone. Very, very seamless. Again, I'd like to thank the council for the invitation to talk a little bit about what we're going to anticipate for this upcoming season. And obviously, it's been a challenging year for everyone, and specifically from a vector control and mosquito control standpoint, some of the challenges that we'll be facing for this upcoming season. So Persephone, next slide, please. All right. So our goal is to protect public health, specifically from vector-borne disease, and also just the general annoyance level. I mean, our goal is to make sure not only are we looking for and doing surveillance on various vectors, specifically mosquitoes and diseases that they may carry, but also making sure that the population is at a level where people can enjoy the outdoors. You want to be able to go into your backyard and have a barbecue and not be bothered by mosquitoes. And essentially that's our job and our task, to be able to try to lessen the number specifically associated with the abundance of mosquitoes, but then obviously the concern is also about vector control and actual disease transmission. And so we operate under the Health and Safety Code, and one of the major diseases that we have here in our particular area is West Nile, and we want to talk a little bit about what we're anticipating for this upcoming season as it relates to specifically West Nile virus. Next slide, please. So our staff goes out on a daily basis, looks for all kinds of different what we call mosquito breeding sources, and mosquitoes breed in water. Standing water specifically. So if the water is moving like in a river or lake with wave action, mosquitoes tend not to like that. They like stagnant water, specifically things that have a level of vegetation with them. But these are some of the sources that we see out in the field. Some of the very easy for us to spot, like rice fields or wetlands that can breed mosquito that have that level of vegetation and water interface. And those are simple for us to see. The backyard swimming pools that have turned green are something that we can get from aerial views. But we really need the public's help in being able to try to find some of these other sources, like in the backyard when people's sprinklers go off, buckets that may fill up, dog dishes that are not replaced, specifically the saucers underneath your plants, all hold just a little bit of water. And mosquitoes don't need more than just about a tablespoon of water to actually breed. So we really request the public's help in being able to go around their yard once a week and dump any standing water to make sure that they're not breeding mosquitoes on their own property. Next slide, please, Persephone. So we use what we call an integrated mosquito management approach, and the start of this is public information. It's trying to get information out to the general public. We have a very active social media program, very active advertising program with radio, television, print, really trying to educate folks. And obviously before the pandemic, we were very active in the general communities and going to fairs and neighborhood association groups, those types of things to be able to give presentations, as well as even an active school program. And we're hoping to get those things back up and rolling hopefully later this year. But so that way we can try to help educate the general public as to what it is that they can do to try to help minimize mosquito breeding on their own property and mitigate any potential disease transmission. The second component is what we call surveillance, and that's us setting traps throughout the district because in Sacramento Valley, we have about 24 different species of mosquitoes. Not all of them transmit disease. However, all of them are very annoying. And so we want to try to figure out, based on a surveillance standpoint of putting out traps, is the population rising, is it declining? And of course, we're doing testing for virus activity and making sure that we can monitor where virus is happening throughout the district. Then we have our biological control. The picture there in the middle, you see those little fish. Those are called mosquito fish or gambusia fish. We plant these free of charge. All you have to do is give us a call. We come out to your house, typically within 24 hours, and we'll plant these fish in sources like water troughs and backyard swimming pools that are not being maintained, all types of different areas that can help take care of the mosquito population from a biological standpoint. Then we have an ecological management department, and this is us specifically working with landowners, such as U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, Nature Conservancy, Cosumnes River Preserve, on places that are large landowners that potentially may be breeding because they have irrigation issues. And so we have some heavy equipment, a dump truck, a backhoe, and some other equipment and staff resources that we work with those landowners to try to help mitigate and lessen the burden that they may be having in terms of producing mosquitoes on their own property. And then finally, we go into what we call chemical control. And as I mentioned, we look for all of those breeding sources throughout the district on a daily basis. And when we do find breeding, we can treat with very mosquito-specific products in the water. We try to attack the mosquito population in their aquatic stage when they're in the water, so that way they don't merge as adults. And when they emerge as adults, then they have the possibility of transmitting disease. And so we try to get them in their aquatic stage before we have to go into the adult control stage. When we do have adult control, because we either have high abundance or we found high virus activity, we do what we call adulticiding, which is fogging, and that's done by either backpack or truck, or even in years past, we've done airplanes over residential. And so that's kind of our last resort. We don't want to get to that point. And so that's why we really try to ask the public's help in being able to try to minimize mosquito breeding on their own property and let us know when they're seeing mosquitoes so we can come out and take care of the problem. Next slide, please, Persephone. So in general, here's a snapshot of West Nile virus activity last year in California. We've had a few low years in terms of specifically human cases. So here we have both mosquito samples, human cases, and then potential cases. And so Typically, cases that get reported to the health officers and reported to the state of California that get recorded in this manner tend to be the more neuroinvasive form of the disease, very serious form of West Nile. The general symptoms of West Nile are flu-like symptoms. So you feel very bad for a week or so, and then you start to recover, and then you're back on your feet. But it can turn into a more serious neuroinvasive form that can lead to paralysis, blindness, and of course, even death. And so CDC estimates that for every neuroinvasive form of this disease, there are anywhere from 30 to 70 cases that go unreported. So people that are still having an impact associated with being infected with West Nile, but either never get diagnosed from their doctor or never even go to the doctor to begin with. So really, you're talking about thousands of people that on an annual basis are being bitten by infected mosquitoes in California. And this is something very easily for us to be able to try to prevent. And we want to talk about what some of those tools are. Next slide, please. So here's a snapshot of activity that we had in Rancho Cordova. And so far, it's a really good sign. Not a whole lot within the city limits, which is good. But as you can see, we have detected quite a bit of West Nile virus activity just outside your borders. And of course, mosquitoes don't just they don't recognize borders, they fly. So if they were born in Rancho Cordova, they could fly out, or if they're born outside, they could fly in. So the yellow triangles are positive dead birds that we've had in the area, and then the red circles are positive mosquito samples that have come back positive for West Nile virus. And so typically in Rancho Cordova, actually on an annual basis, you guys do a really good job. We tend not to find a lot of activity, and we have a lot of traps in this particular area. But as you can see, right on the other side of the river, we have quite a bit of West Nile virus activity. And so the risk is real, and we want to make sure that people recognize that. Next slide, please. So we do have a new concern that I think we've been talking about for the last couple of years. They're called invasive mosquitoes. So as I mentioned, there's 24 different species of mosquitoes that kind of are endemic here to the Sacramento Valley. And we're starting to see a particular one, Aedes aegypti, which is called the yellow fever mosquito, make its way into California and become established in places that it's never been before. It's very well established now in Southern California. And just in the last couple of years, we've started to find it further north. And so for us, we found this particular invasive species of mosquito in 2019 in Citrus Heights. And the challenge with this mosquito is that it can transmit the more exotic diseases that we see, like Zika, dengue, and chikungunya. And so we want to make sure that we don't get this mosquito established here in our area to where we're dealing with it on a regular basis. And so we found very small pockets of it, and we've been trying to control that as best as we can. But we also want people to realize that there's a risk and to be on the lookout for something for this particular mosquito that tends to bite during the day as opposed to dawn and dusk. Next slide, please, Priscilla. So here's a map of our detections of invasive mosquitoes. So as you can see, we had an area, our first detection was in 2019 up in the Citrus Heights area. And then last year we found pockets of this particular mosquito in the Arden Arcade area, which is very close to Rancho Cordova. And then also a couple scattered spots in Sacramento, Davis, and then a large population in Winters as well. And so these are ones that seem to have gotten a foothold. And the issue with this mosquito also is that it doesn't fly very far. So it's actually being brought by people in potted plants or in some level of container that are being brought into these areas, because these mosquitoes only fly about 150 yards. So they're very endemic. They like people. They like to be around homes, and they like to bite people. And so the concern here is we don't want this to be established, and we want people to be on the lookout for essentially what we're calling day-biting mosquitoes. So if you're being bitten during the day, we want to know about it so we can come out and make sure that it's not this particular species. Next slide, please. So these are actual pictures of mosquito breeding sources that we found in people's backyards that are perfect breeding grounds for this invasive type of mosquito. So these are ones that we found here in our area. As you can see, those buckets, the flower pots, the wheelbarrow that just sits stagnant, but even what they call bromeliad plants that can just carry like that on that very bottom picture on the bottom, that just have just a little bit of water in there. Those are perfect breeding grounds for these types of mosquitoes. So these are the things that we want people to look out for in their yards and drain them whenever they see them. Thank you. Next slide, please. So we are looking at some innovative control strategies, and specifically what we call sterile insect technique. And sterile insect technique has been around for decades. It's been used by USDA in battling screwworms. It's been used by California Department of Food and Ag to help control medfly, amongst other insects. And there's now research that's starting to show that this can be a very effective tool for mosquitoes. And so there's a number of researchers that are looking at being able to try to essentially sterilize males. And the concept here is that for the most part, not for the most part, female mosquitoes are the only ones that bite. They're looking for the protein in your blood so that they can produce eggs. The male mosquitoes don't bite. All they do is feed on nectar and mate with the females. And so the strategy here is that you sterilize male mosquitoes, then you release those male mosquitoes into a neighborhood, and those sterilized males mate with the wild females, and then the progeny is no good. And so this technique has been around for decades. It's been used widely in a number, but there are now strategies to try to involve this for mosquitoes. And there's been some trials that are being done in Florida, Texas, in Fresno, Southern California, some of the Caribbean islands, and even South America to show that this is a very effective control technique. And so it's something that our district is looking at if and when we start to see this invasive species of mosquito establish itself. Next slide, please. So for us, moving forward, what we're anticipating for this year, we're going to continue to look at that SIT, continue our surveillance and control efforts. And one thing that we do want to let the council know is that, we are anticipating a heavy West Nile virus year because we're in a drought. And typically what we've seen is that in drought years, while it's a bit counterintuitive, because you figure, well, if you have less water, you'll have less mosquitoes. But the problem is that West Nile virus is a bird disease. So it is carried by birds, it's vectored or transmitted by mosquito. A mosquito bites an infected bird, it picks it up, it bites another bird, it passes it on, or it bites a human and passes it on. So when times that we've had drought years, then you get a congregation of both mosquitoes and birds in the same place, and we tend to see an amplification of the virus. And so we want people to be aware of that, make sure that they're taking appropriate precautions by making sure they're not breeding mosquitoes in their own yard, protecting themselves by wearing a good repellent, and of course, reporting any mosquitoes to the district so we can come out and take care of the problem specifically. Next slide, please. And so for the most part, that's all the information I have at the moment. Obviously, you can get more information at our website, which is fightthebite.net, or give us a call directly at 1-800-429-1022. And with that, I'll answer any questions that the council may have. And thank you for your time.
So I have a question. Can I?
Go ahead, Siri.
Thank you. So my question is, for when you reported like the 30 to 70 cases that are underreported, is that like all over California?
Yes, it would be all over California, essentially. So the CDC estimates, just because the West Nile virus is severely underreported, because a lot of times the conditions or the symptoms that you have are flu-like symptoms, and a lot of times people don't go to they go, oh, I'm gonna sleep, I'm gonna drink some orange juice, I'll lay on the couch for a couple of days, and hopefully I recover. And so CDC has done some just studies in terms of what are the actual populations of people that are being infected versus the ones that get reported. And so a lot of times doctors don't even test for West Nile. You have to be very vigilant with your doctor to be able to test. So, if you have a flu in the middle of summer and you remember being outside and being bitten by mosquitoes, it would be something to ask. But unfortunately, it's there's no cure. So it's really the treatment is supportive care. So there's nothing really the doctor can give you to try to help counteract it. It's just a matter of trying to get through. But we want to make sure that people recognize that it can be a very debilitating disease. In fact, CDPH back in 2005, so West Nile virus started in 1999 in New York City, and within 4 years had made its way across the country. And in 2005, 2006, CDPH did a survey of people that had gotten West Nile virus and talked to them a year later, and almost 50% of those people were still experiencing some level of symptom a year after being infected with West Nile. So we want to make sure that it's not just a minor disease that people should pass over. And there's very simple things they can do to try to help protect themselves, like wear repellent, report mosquitoes, and make sure you're not breeding mosquitoes in your own yard.
I know you must have mentioned this again from my information. Is there an increase of the mosquitoes in 2021 versus 2020 and 2019?
Well, we're just now starting to get into our mosquito season, because typically while we have mosquitoes year round, we really get virus activity that starts as the weather starts to get warm. So now that we're into May, this is definitely the very beginning of our mosquito season, a West Nile virus season. And we'll typically get or start to detect virus activity from about mid-May to about the end of October. So this is a time where we really want people to be aware that the risk is real. So we are picking up, we haven't detected any West Nile virus activity at this date, and our populations in terms of the mosquitoes so far to date have been about average from what we've seen in years past, but we are anticipating somewhat of an increase in virus activity because of the drought conditions.
Okay. And last question, and this could be to the city manager as well as you. What are we doing to promote this, that there is a West Nile virus? That could be, there's COVID going on and seems the same symptoms for flu, same symptoms for West Nile virus. So what are we doing to show this also could be, it's not just COVID, don't freak out?
Well, I'll speak on behalf. We've worked very closely with your city, and obviously we have an excellent advocate that sits on our board. Bob McGarvey has been on our board for a number of years, and I know he's a very staunch supporter, obviously, of our district, but then of Rancho Cordova. And so we try to be very active in neighborhood associations that are within Rancho Cordova. You guys have posted stuff on your website and on in newsletters that you've done. We also have a program where we hand out repellent, and that's another one I think that could be promoted very easily. We buy repellent packets by the pallet. We buy hundreds of thousands of them. We want them to be used, and so all you have to do is give us a call. And specifically for the city, we're more than happy to drop them off at city headquarters, or if you guys have events, hopefully later in the summer, that we'll actually be able to do outdoor events. We'd love to be able to provide repellent and information to all of those folks that are in attendance. So using repellent is a big one that we're trying to promote, and I know the city's been very active in being able to try to get our messages out. We have a PIO that works very closely with your PIO. And is on our social media and helps retweet things and all of those types of things to try to get the message out. And obviously this last year has been a huge challenge in the fact that, you don't have these get-togethers, but information and education is really a mainstay for what we want to try to do. And I think your city's been very active in that, especially with the support of Mr. McGarvey.
Thank you. Yes, we will sign up for the repellents. Go ahead, Cyrus.
If I may just add to what Gary just pointed out, like he said, we have had a very strong partnership with them, and we use our social media channels and other means of communication to inform our public. We also participate in many of the events, either with the repellents or the flyers to provide to the public information about this. And I think the comment that I would like to make is, you mentioned that people are not mistaking this with COVID and don't freak out. We really want people to freak out if they have those symptoms because
true. I mean, they're the same symptoms. I'm like, make sure you have. Don't think it's one thing just because. Yeah, you get what I mean.
Exactly. Yeah, they need to seek and report it as soon as they can because it can also turn into a very serious problem. And I also would like to acknowledge Mr. Bob McGarvey, who represents us on the board, and we've invited him to join this meeting. Bob, is there any additional comments that you would like to make about this presentation?
No, I'm just curious about the drone and how we're using those to hit some of the mosquitoes out in the rice fields, for instance.
Yeah, absolutely. Our district is very blessed in the fact that we try to be very innovative. And over the last couple of years, we've utilized the technology of unmanned aircraft system or drones. A lot of it to be able to take photos of rural areas to where we might be able to see standing water. And then we are also investigating and have been using a company to be able to actually make larvicide applications with drones in a very efficient manner, and just trying to look at new and innovative ways to be more efficient with what it is that we're doing. And so we've had a status associated with utilizing drones for the past couple of years, one of the leaders, I think, in the country with that. And we look forward to more opportunities to be able to try to utilize that technology and others in the future.
Thank you. Just one other thing, when I go to a meeting, I can usually if someone needs it, because we're going to the meetings again eventually, hopefully this fall, we'll have the big meetings with people again. I can get boxes of those little packages for keep the mosquitoes away, but they have them there and I can carry them. And as Gary said, they can also bring them to the city hall or something like that, because they're very, very effective and they're very good.
Jared, I have a couple of questions.
Go ahead, Linda.
Okay. So actually, Gary, I mean, if it works for crop dusters, you'd think it would work for mosquito dusters. So, you know, using the drones makes sense. So the first question, about 10 years ago, when some of these viruses cropped up, it seems like one family of birds that includes the crows and the magpies and the jaybirds was all affected. And are those still the three birds in that family that are kind of warning signs for all of us?
Yes, absolutely. You know, because West Nile is a bird disease, and specifically the reason why we're never going to get rid of West Nile in our area is because the common corvid, the crows, jays, magpies, are excellent carriers of this particular disease, and that's what we have plentiful of in our area. And then, of course, we have the right mosquito type, the right vector that can then bite those birds, that likes to feed on birds and pass it on. And yes, the population specifically for yellow-billed magpie, which was just here in the Sacramento Valley, took a huge crash with the introduction of West Nile virus 15 years ago. It's starting to rebound a little bit, but not anywhere near the numbers that it was before. And so, yes, if you see a dead bird, give us a call at the district. We want to know about it. We will pick that bird up. We will test it to see if it's carrying virus. Birds die from a lot of different things, can be hit by a car or a cat or whatever. But if you see a crow or a corvid that's acting funny, that's bouncing around, that just doesn't look right, specifically in the summertime, that is definitely an indicator of potential West Nile virus activity, yes.
Well, I wanted to ask about that because we actually, at that point, the 15 years ago, lived on the river. And we had this huge nest of magpies out behind us. And of course, as you say, the only other, I mean, the Sacramento Valley and this little strip of northern New Mexico are the only places the magpies like that live. So, you know, that was very sad when all of a sudden they all disappeared. So, you said that you think that they are coming in on...
Linda, you froze for a second.
Oh. All right, I'm still on. Are you there?
All right, go.
Yep.
Okay. So your invasive mosquitoes, you said that they are typically coming in on plants, and you showed the bromeliad, which I assume might apply to succulents also. But given the fact that this past year has been a year where so many people have done something to their yard or replanted, or, you know, you can look at the garden sections at Home Depot and Lowe's and they look better than they ever have in the last, I don't know how many years. And people are bringing home a lot of plants. So is it just a plant that might hold water, or are they really coming in soil, which I think I heard you say?
Well, these particular mosquitoes, Todd, how do I try to explain this? They lay their eggs on the side of containers, and then they wait for those containers to fill up with water before they hatch. And so that's why they become very difficult for us to track. Other types of mosquitoes lay their eggs in standing water, and they lay 150 to 200 eggs at a time in a singular source. These particular species lay singular eggs in multiple sources. And so that way, when you dump one source, well, you still may have another 30, 40, 50 sources that you haven't found in that particular area. And so typically, because these mosquitoes are not strong flyers, they don't fly very far, they're being brought by people. So whether a mosquito is literally hijacking in a car, has hijacked a ride into a car. We've had examples of somebody, if people are familiar with the lucky bamboo plant, you put water in the bottom of it, and that's a perfect breeding ground. We actually had a woman whose daughter brought her a lucky bamboo plant from Southern California as a housewarming gift because she moved up here to Sacramento, and then she was being bothered by mosquitoes in her house. We came by, identified them as this invasive species, and then looked and saw the lucky bamboo plant. asked if we could take it. She said yes, and sure enough, there were both eggs and larvae in that lucky bamboo plant. So it's the perfect scenario of people unknowingly, nobody's doing it on purpose, but just unknowingly transporting these kind of invasive species. You don't think about it. And so that's why we want people to be aware of what the risks are, and then give us a call. Let us know so that we can come out and try to mitigate the problem.
You're right. It used to be that every house had a lucky bamboo plant.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you,
One
Linda.
last question. Sorry, one last question.
Go ahead,
Is
Terry.
it only standing water? Because a lot of us do composting, so we have a lot of composting material in the backyard.
Yeah, for the most part, mosquitoes need water to breed. They go through 4 life cycles, and it's all in an aquatic stage, regardless of the species. So we do have some mosquitoes that will lay their eggs in soil, but then they wait for that soil, like in a pasture, that floods up, and then the mosquitoes need that water. So as long as you don't have standing water in the middle of your compost pile, then you should be okay.
Thanks.
Garrett, I had a question.
Go ahead, Donald.
Oh, and Terry, the other thing I would say is that I've learned that in my composting and reading stuff, that if you're moving it around a bunch of times, you're squished the eggs anyways. That's at least what somebody has told me. Gary, mine is more some feedback and then maybe a question. So I had a juvenile bird die in my yard, and I attempted to call like you were describing, and I can't remember what day of the week it was, but I know I never could get through. And I didn't see another way to report it besides your phone line. And so ultimately, I asked, I think Cyrus or somebody, to have somebody from animal control come and pick it up and get it to you guys in some way. So I'm a resourceful city council member, but for the general public, are there other ways to report dead birds in yards that we might find besides calling you guys on the phone? Because, I mean, frankly, I couldn't get an answer.
Yeah. 2 things to try to clarify that. I'm sorry that you had that problem. You can report it online. So we have on our website, you can report it online. The program actually is administered by California Department of Public Health. So it's a state program, and they shut down for a few months during the year because we don't have really West Nile virus activity. And so from about November 1 to, I believe, I want to say just recently, I think to about April 1, they probably were not receiving and processing those calls/requests because they're shut down. They only have funding for a small portion of the year. Now, if you call us, you can. It's unfortunate you didn't get a hold of somebody, and I'll pass on that feedback. But there also is, we have an online request we call a service request form that you can do online. And then at a minimum, that goes directly to us, and we should be getting back to you. So.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, in this case, it was in my yard, so.
Yeah.
Scheduling, getting a hold of somebody who actually could come and get it would be one thing. But like if somebody just saw it in the street, to your point, if I could have done that online, and I want to say this was 18 months ago, maybe 2 years ago, so maybe that's different now. But I know I tried that phone number and I just never could get an answer. And again, that's not necessarily criticism; it's just kind of feedback. But then also, it sounds like there is a way to do it online. So maybe I need to go look closer, anyways.
Yep.
But that's very helpful. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Gary. Really informative.
Great. Thank you very much. Be safe, and hopefully at some point there'll actually be in-person stuff. So have a great day, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Gary.
Citizens wishing to address the council for any matter not on the agenda may do so at the time via teleconference using Zoom. If you want to make public comment, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom center of the screen. If you're participating by telephone and you want to make comment, please press *9 to raise your hand. For those participating by Zoom or telephone, please wait to be called upon by the city clerk. Speakers are encouraged to keep their comments 3 minutes or less and state the name and community of residence. Under provision of California's government code, the city is prohibited from discussing or taking immediate action on any item not on the agenda unless it is demonstrated to be an emergency nature or the need immediate action arose after the posting of the agenda. Stacy, do we have anyone for public comment?
Yes, we do. I'd first like to start with those items that have been submitted via email. The first public comment that we received from the public is from Kathy Birch. Second is from Donald Childs, and then Donald Childs as well submitted 2 different topics. Those items have been distributed to the City Council. They will also be made available on the city's website. And then we will now move to the public comment via Zoom and by telephone. The first person is a phone caller. Telephone number is 1-916-804. And give me just a moment, and I will go ahead and unmute you, and then you can introduce yourself, and you'll have 3 minutes under public comment to speak.
Hello, everyone. My name is Faiza Mughal. I'm in Lincoln Village. I wanted to let residents know that May is officially Bike Month, and we kicked off Bike Month with a bang this Saturday on May 1st in Lincoln Village, where a bike group called Bike Lab was able to repair over 30 bikes in just a matter of a few hours in Lincoln Village. It was really awesome. And I do want to thank the city for supporting bicycle efforts. And there will be many more events going on in the month of May across Rancho Cordova. So I wanted to let residents know that they can log on to bikebark.org. That's bikebark, BARC.org. And BARC is a bicycle advocacy group for Rancho Cordova. And if you visit our website, you'll be directed to our Facebook page where you can find more information about ongoing bicycling events during May's Bike Month. And I would encourage all residents to try and get their bikes up and rolling and start logging miles. And once again, please visit our page, bikebark, BARC.org, for more information about events during the month of May. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Faiza.
Mr. Mayor, I had a question for Faiza.
Okay. Faiza, are you still there?
Yes, I'm
here. Are you still there, Faiza?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi. I think I saw an email from you where you were encouraging participation in an Energizer event. And I don't know if you mentioned that just now, but I'm wondering if you could.
Yeah, sure. So BARC is going to have an Energizer event, and that's basically like you set up a table and you put on goodies and snacks, and people will roll up to you, and you can engage with them. So BARC, your bicycling advocacy advocate for Rancho Cordova, will have a table set up near the Rod Badri access point, like just east of mile 14, on Saturday, May 22nd from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. You can bike out there, you can walk out there, you can park and walk, you can run, you can scooter, any way that you can get there. You can come on out and meet with us, learn what BARC's about, help yourself to a giddy off the table, and just show us some support.
That's great. So I can bike to a snack that morning.
Totally. You can have a couple.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Stacey.
The next speaker is Donnell Cummings, and I'll go ahead and unmute you. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Donnell Cummings. I'm from the Capitol Village area. I had 2 comments tonight. One was about the work sessions. I noticed that those didn't appear to be recorded and added to the website, so I just wanted to mention that Zoom does have closed captioning, and it is easy to record using Zoom so that the work sessions could be recorded like the city council meetings and shared. The other comment that I had tonight was I would like to talk about the Planning Commission. In full disclosure and to clarify, my husband was a planning commissioner, but this is not necessarily about his service. This is about just public engagement in general. And so what I would like to ask is, and I know that you may not be able to respond, but I would like to have a discussion about when the council will bring back Planning Commission. Residents have been discussing the importance and the value to our community, along with public engagement that it allows residents and the commission to make recommendations, staff members making these recommendations. It also creates a training ground for future leadership. When people step down or unfortunate vacancies occur, then we have a starting point for new council members. Rather than, in my opinion, the circus event that we endured last time, including the Chamber of Commerce attempting to influence the outcome, residents should be the influence, and the return of a planning commission is a start. Thank you.
Go ahead, Stacy.
The next speaker is Robert
Hey,
Van
Garrett.
Hold on one second.
Okay.
I would just, and I'm usually the one that says that we shouldn't engage public commenters, but considering I guess Donnell just probably didn't know, but a majority of the council at a work session that was not recorded earlier this year directed staff to begin researching to prepare for a new planning commission. So later on this year, at some point, we will be having a work session to discuss that item, and so that's been given direction to the city manager for probably about 5 months now. So,
thank you. All right, Stacey, go ahead.
Robert Van Cleef.
Good evening. My name is Bob Van Cleef. I live in the Mobile Country Club off of Sunrise. I sent an email out, but I got a feeling it was too late for Stacy to get included in the loop for this meeting with an article I wrote about dealing with a senior citizen who's 80 years old and is basically losing her home and going to become homeless. I've been working since February, talking to different agencies, trying to find out help for her. And what it appears is everything is set up to help the homeless, but there's really not much that they can do to help people who are currently homed and in the process of becoming homeless. And so I would just sort of ask that maybe sometime staff could take a look around to find out really are there services available for people who are living in homes but are losing the ability to maintain those homes to help them stay in those homes. And that's all I have to say.
Garrett, again, I would suggest, Robert, get whoever this is in contact with probably Stefan within our department. And I see Mike is on here too. You might even drop him a note. Or Stacy, if you could forward that email to them. But I would say that Sacramento Self-Help Housing, maybe not being able to help them stay where they're living, but making sure that they don't become homeless through the rapid rehousing programs. There's a lot of funding out there for exactly what you're talking about.
Stefan's been in the loop, and the county housing has been in the loop, and the county housing was the one that just doesn't seem to know how to deal with an 80-year-old woman who has a house full of people, dogs and stuff, and she's scared of losing everything, and they want to shove her into a little bitty 10 by 20-foot shed in the back of a shared home, and it's scared the hell out of her.
Well, I mean, if that's the solution, though, then that may be the solution. Again, there may not be there may not be a program to address it in the way that you want it to, but there is a lot of funding and efforts being put into making sure that people don't end up on the streets.
That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Go ahead, Stacey.
The next speaker is Janice Oliver Aracy. Janice, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to verify first, during this public comment, if we're on the agenda for number 12, is this the proper time to speak?
No, this is when you want to wait till we bring up the stuff about when we start talking about enhancement funds.
Okay, and then myself and someone else could both do some public comment at that time?
Yes.
All right, then
yes.
I will lower my hand. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have one more. That's Janine Anderson. And Janine, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I just wanted to bring up the fact that at Lincoln Village Park, there seems to be quite a few mounds of mulch and some large tree trunks and a big mound of dirt. And we're just wondering what was going on with that. I mean, it's been there for quite some time, and it's in the back, that back parking lot area that's not being used. And we were wondering what could be done to get that removed out of the park.
So Janine, for that, just so you know, you're going to want to contact the Park District. That's Cordova Park District, because they're the ones that control that area. But if they're not getting it done, give us a call back later.
Yeah,
all right.
But more importantly, the city doesn't run the Park District, so we don't have authority over that.
Correct.
The next
Daisy.
the next speaker is Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Yeah, I've got just a couple things to kind of update people on the time. I'm on the Mosquito Control Board, but I'm also just put on the food locker board. Kind of interesting things that are going on. They're not going to be moving it for 2 or 3 years. They took the building that had the thrift store on it, and then they gave $10,000 grant to the school to kind of take the place of the thrift store. They'll have it for a year. They're using that now for dry foods. That's like canned things and things like that. They needed the space. And they're looking at another room, possibly will be built behind that. But for right now, they've got the thrift store is no longer a thrift store. It's used for storage. The Folsom Lake College is going forward with the building, that second building on our campus. They have 2,500 students that are going to those classes, and they just don't have, they have 2 different, like the day and the evening classes now, and they need that second building. Fortunately, the money for that school bond is, it was done in 2007, is going to pay for that. A third building is going to need another bond, but we have the money now to build that second building. I'm glad about that. So that's something that's going forward. And then the one thing, the Miniature Veterans Village, whenever we get down to having people getting together again in groups, I still like to have a final celebration, ribbon cutting like that, to say that it's done. That 2-story building is completely in use right now. There's 50 veterans living on the second story. That's a transitional thing, but it's they can be there for 2 years. So everything is in use. So I'm going to be contacting them again, but right now I think like everybody else, I'm waiting for the life to go back to as it was before. So mainly that's it, just those things that I'm involved in. I want to pass it on to the council and let you know.
Thank you, Bob.
All righty.
Excellent.
Mayor Gatewood, that's all the public comment that we have.
Great. All right, so we're going to move on, and we're going to do council reports, and I'm going to ask for Sari full potty.
So on my end, first I'd like to start with the comment that I made earlier on the West Nile virus. I'd really like the folks to make sure that they take the West Nile virus seriously, the flu seriously, and the COVID. And right now, Rancho Cordova has a COVID clinic that's open on, I think, May 6th. On the city center, and this is a free clinic. And for those of you that don't have transportation, the city is offering transportation through both Uber and Lyft. So please use those resources. As you know, right now, India is going through a serious COVID crisis. I mean, earlier, late last year, they thought they would through it, but now the second wave hit, and it is so bad. Those of you that can help with donations, please do look out. There's so many donations that are out there if you could help with the COVID crisis in India. That said, we are on a parallel here. We have a lot of vaccinations that we are giving out. Please use this to get your vaccinations, use the free transportation as needed. So that's on the COVID crisis. That's on top of my mind right now. The other thing that I did attend this week was SMUD had an employee resource group event that talked about nonviolence and the roots of nonviolence in the Asian community. So I was one of the panelists in them. There was a pretty good engagement from the SMUD employees, and it was it was a good experience. Oh, and the third thing, Rancho Cordova has started a kindness rock inspiration rock chain, and it is on Rossmore Drive at the entrance of the American River. So this is a great project that you could do with your kids or by yourself, where you put paint a rock and put an inspirational message and go leave it along the trail of Rossmore Drive. The city is giving out rock kits. Please come out to the City Hall if you want a rock kit. The community engagement team has given out these kits to schools. So I think this is a great project. And I'd like to see you guys post your pictures on Facebook or with the hashtag Rancho Inspires with your painting of your rock. I'm going to do that this weekend, so look out for mine. That's it.
Nothing like an IT nerd painting a rock. It's going to be bad. It's going to be bad.
Hey.
All right. David, you're up.
Okay, well, now I've got a design in my head how to paint a rock. That'll be, I'm going to put a virus on it, I guess. I don't know. Okay. I don't know how many of you made it to Kids Day on, that just proves, Garrett, that scientists are in no better position than engineers to do this art stuff, right?
You're literally going to paint a virus on a rock. I don't even.
Somebody's got to do it.
Let's just. Can we have a break? I need a.
Oh wait, Siri said it had to be positive. Well, I'd say a dead virus, but you can't kill something that isn't live to begin with. So.
No, we'll say go Corona, go Corona.
It'll be a smushed virus or something. A virus overtaken by antibodies. There we go.
There you go.
So I don't know how many of you went to Kids Day, but I was at Kids Day. And I saw the camel and the muskox. For real, were there. The camel, this is a beautiful thing. So Kids Day is at the mine shaft. All these cars are driving through, hours and hours and hours worth of cars driving through. They're going from station to station to station. A lot of the stuff that you kind of have at the regular Kids Day, just not quite as interactive, obviously, because of COVID. But imagine the camel. Big camel, humps on the back, being led by a nice man, and all these kids in cars, some of them like coming out of the sunroof of a car. The camel would walk right up to them. They got nose to nose with a camel in the car. Now, if they were actually in the car, the camel would lower its head down and like stick its head into the car a little bit. Now, for a little bitty kid, I suppose, I don't know, maybe that was terrifying. But for most kids, that was awesome. That was better than a regular Kids Day because you got like up front and personal with the camel. I just thought that was awesome. And that exemplifies, I think, some of the great work that we have done in Rancho Cordova to get us through this horrible pandemic. They had hundreds of people enjoying this, kids laughing all over the place, handing out tons of stuff. Parents got great information on what their kids can do in the community. Bunch of sports teams lined up there, ready to hand out information for what their kids can do, all kinds of other services and fun stuff for kids. It was just awesome. So kudos to the organizer, the community council, and those events. They really make Rancho Cordova a great place to live and to raise kids. So I was really pleased with that. Let's see. I participated in a congressional briefing today talking about the infrastructure bill that is coming up, and talking about in sort of reauthorization of the transportation bill, but also the special infrastructure, kind of a broad definition of infrastructure bill that's being talked about as an additional relief thing under the president. So I was involved in that briefing. There were about 3 of us, I guess, briefing members of Congress and their staff on things that are important to local government. So it was organized by the National League of Cities. I'm chairing the Transportation Committee, and I serve on their board, so I think that's why I was chosen to do that. But it was a lot of fun. I've been on the receiving end of a lot of those when I worked there a number of years ago, 20 plus years ago. So it was really interesting to hear like someone talk about, well, this is what you could or could not do in an appropriations context. And that's where I worked then. So it was like I could actually engage at a very detailed level on some somewhat technical stuff about appropriations language, for example. So that was pretty cool. I think it was well received. We had good questions. Let's see. There was a connector meeting last week that I attended. We also had a strategy session. And those of you who are familiar with the connector, this is that expansion of an existing roadway that sort of kind of mostly runs between I-5, I-99, Elk Grove, us. It's running through the county of Sacramento, obviously, off the southern border of Folsom and into El Dorado Hills and up to Highway 50. So it connects 99, 5, and 50 in, I don't want to say a beltway-like fashion, because this is not like an interstate beltway, but it significantly modifies Grant Line Road for Rancho Cordova's purposes and makes it safer, better, parallel capacity to Highway 50, an evacuation route in case of emergency, a multimodal transportation route, all of these things. The problem we've got in trying to fund this is that many funding parties, particularly in the state, have moved away from funding projects like the connector because they view that as either growth inducing. In our case, the growth is happening on our side, whether, you know, regardless of what happens to this road. It would just be extremely unfortunate if we're not there. But it's viewed as growth inducing. And so a lot of state policies now are making it more difficult to fund those sorts of road projects. And so the strategy session was about how do we set up these multi-jurisdictions, how do we set ourselves up for success in completing this project? And so there's going to be more to come on that front. I think, you know, Mr. Mayor, you're going to love to hear this. Their best and most likely funding source is an expansion of Measure A in some manner or way or form. After that, you know, they look for SACOG competitive funds, but that's incredibly difficult to fund. Only a small portion of SACOG competitive funds now can go to that sort of a project. Third round is development along the corridor. That's going to work for parts of it, but not for the majority of it. And outside of that, they look for contributions from the member agencies, City of Folsom, City of Rancho Cordova, City of Elk Grove, El Dorado County, and Sacramento County. And El Dorado County segment's almost done. Folsom's segment is almost done. Sacramento County has no money for this, and they've got the largest share of the cost. So we've got some sort of hard decisions in front of us about what our segment means and what it means to be part of this system and what that new funding strategy is going to be. That's just my summary from those meetings last week. I also attended a League of California Cities board meeting. I had a meeting with the National League of Cities about COVID issues, current COVID issues, and how to talk to membership and inform membership about it. I think I'm probably going to be taping some informational videos with them about schools reopening, vaccines for kids, vaccine resistance that's present in the community, variants. Are we going to need boosters in a year? All sorts of questions like that about the virus and sort of ongoing questions about this pandemic. And I should mention, I don't know if anyone mentioned it yet, there are hundreds of vaccine appointments available through Sacramento County. If you go to the Sacramento County website, just Google Sacramento County COVID, and you'll find a website where you can sign up for a vaccine. There are hundreds and hundreds of appointments available. There's also now the opportunity to do this in Rancho Cordova. So we're now entering a new phase of this pandemic where there aren't enough people around to vaccinate at the rate we potentially could. So we need to be sure that our neighbors, our friends, our families are all getting vaccinated to the greatest extent they can. And I think we're about to hear an announcement that lowers the vaccine threshold for Pfizer to age 12, which will open up another group of kids to protection. And although they're not as likely to get ill, this is going to knock down some of the fears about kids going back to school, I hope. So look for that coming. We had a sewer district meeting. The sewer district is hiring a new district engineer. They don't have an executive director or a manager. They have a district engineer. So the district engineer hiring process is on. I also attended a meeting of the National Civic League Council Advisors, and I've been working on an awful lot of athletic stuff in the past couple of weeks. So that is my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Linda.
Thanks, Garrett. So, yeah, David, a couple comments. Number one, the issue with these age limit restrictions is that when you have a household where you've got a bunch of members that are on one side of a threshold and a bunch of members who are on another side of the threshold, if you don't vaccinate everybody in the household, you still have a problem. So continuing to lower that age threshold is really the only logical thing to do from my perspective. Siri, I love the comment about the rocks. And I've got a bunch of artists in the family, so we'll try to go paint pet rocks. This is this year's version of pet rocks. Bod's comment about The college, having 2,500 students and needing their second building is really resonating because as our kids are getting older, Charlie has gotten a Promise Scholarship to go to Folsom Lake in the fall. And by all means, you know, we've never done anything in this city where we didn't get to celebrate it. And we have not been able to celebrate that last phase of Mather Veterans Village. And so he's absolutely right. We need to do that kind of thing. I have also been busy. Regional Transit met, and Regional Transit actually got an award from the American Planning Association for their RT Forward campaign, which was the campaign that revised all the bus routes. We have a different perspective on that, and parts of the Natomas area that are led by Phil Cerna have a different perspective on that. But in general, they got an award, so that's cool. Right this minute, there is a Zoom meeting for the budget. We're going to have a budget hearing on the 10th of May, and they are doing a Zoom meeting that people can tune into right now to comment on the potential budget. They are looking for funding that would make the student free rides permanent. It has been an extremely popular program, as I reported on before, and it actually, according to the University of Texas, it actually increased ridership overall, which is really important because you drive by like the parking lot at Sunrise right now, and even during the week, the parking lot is so empty. It's really, really kind of shocking. The South Sacramento Conservation Agency Joint Powers Authority that Garrett and I served on also met. And once again, the meeting was dominated by approvals of projects in Rancho Cordova. But we did an executive director evaluation. It was the first time that it's been done. The agency is basically a year and a half old, and she has been there pretty much most of the year and a half. So we talked about the things that we've discussed here that have become hurdles for approvals of projects of all sizes in the HCP, and nobody envisioned. These are the totally unintended consequences that are arriving. And then finally, aside from previous comments, from my perspective, we had a really good conversation about affordable housing in a special meeting the other night. And I do agree that it would be great if we were able to tape those meetings and put them on the website so that they could be viewed by the general public. But we really discussed the issue quite thoroughly, and I thought it was a very good issue. And then finally, thanks to the organizational skills of Steve Harriman in the Public Works Department, Cyrus and Steve and I attended a really great Arbor Day celebration last Friday. It was full of people and our partner agencies in the Park District and the Sacramento Tree Foundation and neighbors and residents. The event was so nice. It was done in Sonoma Park, and everybody just kind of hung out and chatted afterwards, and it was a great event. It felt almost like normal. And Steve and the Park District and the Tree Foundation had all gotten out and planted the trees ahead of time, so we didn't even have to get dirty. So that was even better. So it's been a busy couple of weeks. Thank you, Garrett.
Thank you. All right, Donald.
So since our last meeting, the Air District met. It's budget season for them, just like every other commission around here. The financial outlook for them has improved a little bit. I think mainly because forecasts from late last year are starting to improve, just like we're seeing across the board with local governments, mainly getting some federal stimulus. But they did give an update. I know I shared last time the consumer zero emission vehicle grant program. So this is where a low-income family can essentially turn in a gas guzzling, smog producing car that's running and get a pretty sizable grant towards purchase of an electric vehicle or a zero emission vehicle. And that funding can even assist with home retrofits for charging stations or for charging mechanisms. There's also a grant that the Air District, along with a handful of other local environmental groups and governments, got to plan a similar program for medium and heavy duty vehicles. So hopefully the planning grant turns into actual money to be distributed to more businesses. And there have been grants for vehicle replacement and exchanges and turn-ins for decades, I guess, by now. But mainly that was just upgrading from a certain kind of semi or tractor or some other equipment, generators for water pumping and farms and ag land and things like that. So those have been around for a long time. Now they're really focusing in on the zero emission portions of it. And then there was also a grant announced, I believe it was $2.7 million airshed grant. Mainly this is going to focus on replacing 1,800 wood stove change out in homes in the county. So these are homes that are primarily heated by wood stoves and getting them proper hookups and other things like that to have a cleaner heat source. Two other things I just wanted to give a brief update for those who aren't tracking the Sac City Unified budgets and other issues, but I did mention that there had been a planned, I believe it was today, there was a planned work stoppage and strike today by one of the bargaining units that was actually being supported and another bargaining unit was actually going to strike in solidarity with them today. That was called off. So everybody went back to school today, which is good. I would also say that of our three school districts, and I, as the person that serves on all three of these right now for our 2x2s, Sac City Unified surprisingly actually has the strongest return to the classroom numbers of all three of our school districts. Their return to class has been hovering around the 60% mark, which is much stronger than our other districts have seen as far as parents wanting to go back. And so, Dave, to your point, a lot of this is probably demographic and social and economic issues, but getting kids vaccinated, I think at some point is going to be hopefully that last step to trying to convince parents that it's safe to have their kids back in school. But everything I've read, everything I've seen, even when it comes to private schools are not major spreaders of disease. And the couple of things that I've seen around incidences at school usually have to do with staff not following protocols. It's not the kids. And then finally, and I'll bring this up at the end when we get to requests for future agenda items, but I wanted to bring it up today because most of us, or all of us, got a text message today about a fire that was started by a contractor or landscaper trying to clear grass and weed abatement in a vacant lot. And the fact that this continues to happen, and I'm not blaming any city staff or the fire district or anybody else, but the fact that somebody, I have no other words to say, that somebody was stupid enough on a day that is this windy and this dry to think that it was a good idea to go out and mow grass and weeds in a vacant field does not belong in this city and should not be doing that kind of work in our city.
In a red flag warning.
Right. So, and a lot of us remember a couple of years ago when relatively on the same kind of day, somebody did it right next to City Hall and caught it all on fire. Oh, by the way, when it was take your kids to City Hall Day for employees. And so all of our kids were at City Hall watching the field next door burn. So I would like a workshop to adopt some sort of policy around bad actors and keeping them from operating within the city. And to just flesh out a little bit more, talking about what our weed abatement strategies are, and hopefully we can have Metro Fire there so they can talk about their enforcement mechanisms around it. But the fact that our weed abatement efforts are causing fires is mind-numbing to me. So I'm just throwing that out there. I want to have that discussion fairly soon to talk about what we're doing and how we're doing. I know I had a great conversation with Micah today, and he reminded me of this stuff that we all think about this time of year, and then we kind of forget about it. So hopefully in the not too distant future, we can talk about this and come up with some common sense solutions around keeping people that should just not be doing this kind of work. And if they want to go, if Folsom and El Dorado Hills and other counties don't care about it, fine. But we should take the control that we have and do something about it because it keeps happening. So with that, that's all I got to report. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Donald. So I'll go into mine. So I had a busy last couple of weeks. The major pieces is I want to do a big thank you to the Del Paso Heights Vaccination Clinic for partnering with the city. Nancy Bowie Thompson and Leroy Triplett from the SMUD came to City Hall, and I met the most amazing doctor. I believe her name is Kawana Carter, but if you talk about the good people in life, she is one of those. Not only does she want to vaccinate and make sure that all our citizens who want to be vaccinated are vaccinated, she also is willing to go find the homeless people that live in our community and vaccinate them as well. And actually go out with our homeless outreach center and help them to get the vaccinations. And she's also willing to come back as many times as we want to make sure that our citizens get vaccinated and go with and meet with all the churches and just set up constant vaccination areas for our citizens. So anytime you meet someone that's like the good people, you just got to take a step back, because she not only is willing to do that, but goes and fights with counties and cities just to make sure that she can get the least of these vaccinated. So thank God we found a good partner. Good job, everybody. I'm glad we're able to help out our citizens and to vaccinate over 400 of our citizens last week, and now we have another one happening on May 6th. We'll keep doing this to all my citizens. We'll keep doing this until everyone that wants to get vaccinated is vaccinated. And we'll have it not only at City Hall, but every other place we can. So thank you to that group. I was glad to be here and be a part of it, and I'm glad we're able to offer that. I had a meeting with the SMUD board also, because they are super on it. They want to have, which is just a crazy graph, they want to have a zero carbon footprint by 2030. I don't know how they're going to do that, but they literally want to switch to all reusable fuels by 2030 and be at a zero carbon footprint. So that's aggressive. They want to partner with us as a city to see what they can do to help us to generate more energy. But you got to admit, our SMUD group is above and beyond one of the best power groups to partner with, seeing what our partners are around us have to deal with. So thank you to everything they do and what they actually do in our city. Met with a lot of the Little League sports groups. Everything's kicking off right now. Very excited about that. Great job, Jacob Gatewood, in pitching a flawless game. Got to put it out there. He's killing the game. But very excited that that Little League's back. The normalcy is everyone's really wants to be out there. I've never seen so many people at a Little League game, so that's kind of amazing. But yeah, great to see all the citizens out there and out there, everyone getting their vaccinations. South Sacramento Conference, we are working on that, guys. So everyone should feel very good that we are going to be able to take care of that and find better ways to make sure that we are taking care of and getting things built. And at that point, I'll take a pause and let Cyrus go ahead and do your report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to add a few additional words about the vaccine clinic. We received a request from Nancy Bowie Thompson and Dr. Kawana Carter on that this was a Tuesday, and by Friday of that week, on April 23rd, we had a vaccine clinic up and running, and we served close to 450 people. We also provided free rides through Lyft and for those who needed it. So it was a raving success, and Dr. Carter immediately followed up and requested another vaccine clinic to be set up. And we're doing another one this Thursday on May 6th. So we will have the same arrangement, providing free rides for the people who need it. It will be here at the City Hall. And this time it would be Pfizer vaccines. The one that we did on April 23rd was Moderna. And so this is definitely an opportunity and a great partnership that we have built with the El Paso Heights Vaccine Clinic. And I wanted to thank Dr. Carter and also Nancy Bowie Thompson for creating a contact with them and her work on that. The only other thing I wanted to add was related to May is the Bike Month. We are organizing along, and in addition to some of the activities that Faiza, one of our residents, pointed out, we're also planning a community ride on Saturday, May 15th. We're currently calling that a ride with the city manager, but I would love to change that with to ride with the mayor or vice mayor or council members. So please, if you can join us on Saturday at the City Hall, we would love to have you, and we would like to get as many residents in the community to join us for the bike ride on that day. And lastly, I wanted to acknowledge that this week kicked off our Public Service Recognition Week, and I sent a note to our city staff and thanked them for the great service and the work that they do each and every day on your behalf, on the community's behalf. And I also need to take this opportunity and thank the City Council for the service you provide. You put many, many hours of your time, your personal time that you have on the weekends or in the evenings to serve the members of our community, serve the public. And I'm not sure if you get thanked enough for the work you do. And many people also are under the impression that this is a paid job for you, and it's not. It's a token. You receive a token. So it's clearly a volunteer work you do. It's a community service, and it's important that we do take the time and thank the City Council for the work you do and the leadership you provide. And since this is the week, I thought it was important for us to mention that. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Right. Thank you. Also, I'd just like to point out that Linda and myself will be meeting with the Sacramento Fire. I know it's been a while since we met, so if anyone has any concerns and stuff, we will be tackling them and talking to our chief probably about the fire season and what we can do to prevent as much fire. Remember, cutting back the accelerant that's near your house and in your area is very important right now. Don't let dead shrubs and leaves, because this is going to be a horrific fire season, and everyone should be ready for it. All right, on that happy note, let's talk about consent calendar items. Consent calendar items are matters deemed routine and non-controversial by our staff unless a member of council wishes to pull an individual item for consideration. All items may be approved in one motion. Does any council want to pull any items?
Hearing none, I'll move approval of consent calendar items 9.1, 2, and 3.
I second.
Excellent. Roll call.
Councilmember Pulapati?
Yes.
Councilmember Budge?
Yes.
Councilmember Sander?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Terry?
Aye.
Mayor Gatewood?
Aye. All right. All right. Consent hearing items. Consent. Okay. Consent public hearing items that consist of matters deemed routine and non-controversial by staff, unless a member of the council wishes to pull an item for individual consideration. All items may be approved in one motion. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Ask the clerk if there's any public comment.
The city clerk's office has not received any public comment via email, and in Zoom and by phone, I do not see any public comment either.
All right, I'm going to close the public hearing item and ask if there's a motion.
Move approval of item 10.1.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Budge?
Yes.
Councilmember Sander?
Aye.
Councilmember Pulapati?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Terry?
Aye.
Mayor Gatewood?
Aye. All right, public hearing items. Gonna go ahead, let Stacy get everything situated. All right. Stacy, can you go ahead and announce the subject?
Yes. A resolution regarding the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, TEFRA, hearing for financing of Republic Services, Inc. project. And I think that that's just the one we just approved.
No, I was doing public hearing items. The next one down.
Thank you. The
All right.
public hearing item subject is a resolution to approve the Rio del Oro Delivery Station Major Design Review, project number DD10030, located within Rio del Oro Specific Plan Parcel 63A and B.
All right, I'm gonna call on Stacy to go ahead Darcy to go ahead and do the staff report.
Darcy, are you there?
I am. I'm just waiting to see the presentation. I don't see it on my end yet.
We can see it on our end.
We have a title slide.
You know, I don't see it on my end, but I will, there we go. Now it's on my side. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, Darcy Gillard, Planning Manager. Before you this evening is a major design review for the Rio del Oro Delivery Station. Tonight, I will be joined by Steve Beauchamp from Panettone, and we are going to tag team this presentation. I'm going to do the first few slides, and then he's going to go through some specifics of the project and turn it back over to me, and then we will be prepared to answer any questions you may have. Next slide, please. So as I stated, the entitlement is a major design review. Some specifics of the project is it's 181,500 square feet, single-story industrial delivery station. Of that square footage, about 15,500 square feet is office. It has staging and loading areas, parking, landscaping, and various site improvements. Next slide, please. The project is located within the Rio del Oro specific plan, and just a little bit of background on that is the council approved this specific plan in 2010. Along with that was a certification of an environmental impact report. Very briefly, Rio del Oro is 3,828 acres, approximately 12,000 residential units. Its estimated population at full build-out would be 32,365 people. In this entire specific plan area, as you can see, there are various open space areas, but just a little further breakdown, about 150 acres of commercial, 270 acres of industrial park, and 90 acres of business park. The parcels on the screen are surrounded by a red bubble. We call this parcel 63A and B, approximately 39 acres. It is zoned MP Industrial Office Park. Within our Rio del Oro specific plan, a local or regional distribution facility with multiple bays and shipping and receiving loading docks is a permitted by right use. So the action before you tonight is just a major design review. With that, we'll go to the next slide, and then I will turn the presentation over to Steve with Panettone.
Darcy, can you tell us what's on the boundaries of the project? Just, it wasn't really clear from the last slide, but I think you can sort of.
Yeah, we want to go back to the previous slide. Can just walk through that. So to the north is a greenbelt buffer, and then on the other side of that would be residential. To the east would be part of the community park, as well as additional MP zone parcels. To the south, let me just grab my notes, I apologize. I should know all of this by heart. To the south is local town center, so some commercial. And to the west, we have a business park, so that would be more of your office business park type uses. And this would be on the corner of future extensions of International or Rancho Cordova Parkway. And there would be a collector A just to the east that would separate this from the park and some industrial area. And if that answers that, next slide, and then I will turn it over to Steve.
Thank you.
Hello, Steve Beauchamp here. Can you hear me okay?
Can you hear you, Steve?
Great, excellent. All right, well, yeah, thank you very much, City Council, for hearing this project. And I'd also like to thank the City of Rancho. You guys have been one of the most efficient cities to work on getting a project through entitlement and plan check process. So it's been a great success story. And it makes it an easy decision to bring businesses and companies like this to the city for that reason, because we can determine an exact time to entitle and permit a project, and takes out the equation of that being an unknown. So anyhow, really appreciate working with the city. Real quick on the facility here, as Darcy said, it's 181,000 square foot warehouse distribution facility. Within it, it has that office space, 15,000 square feet of office. Most of the warehouse is configured with just short-term material sorting. So just to kind of give you a quick overview, the product comes in via semi-trucks here on the east side of the building. You can see kind of the truck bays backed up against the building on the east side. It is already containered. It's in a package already, whether that be small packages or cardboard boxes. It's already addressed. It's already ready to be delivered to the end user. So there is no breaking down of product. There is no open product. It is all cartoned at this as it arrives at this location. It then simply just goes through a pretty simple series of conveyor and sorting where it gets loaded into carts or racks, for lack of a better word, and it's just queued up to load into vans, where then at the delivery times, which is usually off-peak cycle, kind of a late morning and early afternoon delivery circuit. So the product goes out to the vans on either side of the building under covered canopies, and then they go out and do their routes throughout the day and return at the end of the day. They're usually out for 6 to 8 hour shift, returning usually off peak. So it's very important to the tenant that their process is efficient and they don't create traffic issues within the community, because it's not productive to their operations as well. So then, as stated before, you have the office area, which supports restrooms, break rooms, some local management offices. The employee base kind of fluctuates, neighborhood of about 150 to 200 people working in the building on a 24-hour clock. The majority of it's early morning shift through about midday. It's a little quieter through the afternoon and evening. And then you have anywhere from 100 to 150 drivers that deliver the parcel packages out. They're really safety conscious. We set these operations up all over the country. The employee parking is on the left-hand side there of the site. All of the driveways and entrances are completely separated between employee parking as well as the van routes, as well as the semi-tractor trailer or the freight haul trucks in the back. They all have designated driveways, entrances, and exits to avoid any conflict or congestion, both on-site as well as off-site. So that's the general lay of the site. The couple other things to add is we do also install electric vehicle infrastructure. We are working with SMUD to see how much electricity we can provide to the site and how much of an electric vehicle fleet we can implement at this site. The goal for this particular user is to have the majority of their fleets electric, but it does take time with infrastructure and the rollout of vehicles. So that's kind of a unique aspect to these projects as well. The building will be solar ready as well, of course, to meet California Cal Green Code. So that's I think that's pretty much the baseline of the site layout. The master developer, Elliott Homes, out there that's developing this community, they'll be doing all the off-site roads and utilities, and we'll be coordinating our work with them. Next slide.
Steve, can I clarify something there?
Yeah.
You can probably do it at this image as well. So just so we're clear, the top of this image here is west, right? North is to the right, south is to the left. It's not the normal orientation we're used to looking at things.
Correct. Yeah.
So when
I think it fit on the page better that way.
Exactly.
We rotated it.
So when you said that the large trucks would come in to unload and then depart, you said that was on the east side of the building, but I think you meant on the right side of the image, which would actually be the north side of the building, right?
Yeah, correct. Yes, you're right. I was kind of had the wrong bearing based on the page orientation.
So where it says Collector A on this image, that's where a park is located. Where it says International Drive over there on the left, that's a town center sort of a use. And then the rest of the frontage here, I think, is either other office or light industrial. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, so the truck route in, I just want to be sure it doesn't conflict too much with traffic that would be going to that town center or to the park area.
Collector A is the truck route.
So typically they'd be coming like off Highway 50 on the Rancho Cordova Parkway, make a left on International, make a left on Collector A, and then a left into the facility?
No, it'd be more down White Rock and then a right into Collector A. Collector A intersects with White Rock and then right into the site.
Okay. Eventually, Rancho Cordova Parkway will go to a new interchange. So I'm guessing that might be the preferred route. But in the intermediate time, it would be White Rock Road to Collector A and then in. I see.
Yeah. Good point, David. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You're right. Collector A hits White Rock somewhere between Rancho Cordova Parkway and the extension of International. Good point.
Go ahead, Steve.
Okay. Yeah. So this is the landscape plan. Again, just meeting all the city requirements on landscaping. I think our only constraint was there are some SMUD utility easements along Collector A and International, so we had to be very specific there with trees and shrubbery to not conflict with SMUD's electrical services. But other than that, everything else is code compliant, and obviously got our water quality retention basins there for water quality purposes, and everything else is screening and coverage per code. Next slide. So building elevations, this is the front of the building, office end, which I think from the orientation there is towards the west, towards the south. And then you can see a little bit there, the canopies on either side for kind of all-weather protective loading of the vans from the product inside. They roll it out into carts, load up the vans, and then head out on their delivery routes. All the employee parking will be in the front of the building here and meet all the required codes for shading, screening, landscaping. And then, the building facade, obviously a variety of reveals. We have some offsetting panels. We have some different tones there with the grays to the color scheme. So that's a real good rendering of the building finishes.
What's up with the brown plants? Is that meant to be like we have some dead plants in the picture?
They're red. It's autumn. It's fall color.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if that. I don't think that mimics a specific plant. I think that's just architectural. Putting some color splash into the background.
The Revit file with an icon. That's what that is. The Revit image. It's okay.
Yeah. And next slide.
I was just going to say, as somebody who did development, I will say that the Pantons of color that developers and designers choose don't always end up looking the same way when you put them on a slide or print them. For heaven's sake, if you ever try to print them, how inconsistent they are from one to the other.
Yeah, they do.
Very
so just more.
No,
There's more of the building elevation.
I agree with Donald. It all depends on your equipment.
You guys. Go ahead, Linda.
Sorry.
No, we're cool.
All right. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, sorry about that. Just additional elevations, looking at the longer side of the building there with the canopy. And again, that's another image of the office and the south end at the top of the page. Next slide. Yep, more of the same. There you see the truck dock, I guess, at the back of the building there, north end of the building, truck docks, and again, just more of the canopies on the long side of the buildings. Next slide. That's it for me.
All right.
All right, thanks, Steve. So with that, staff recommends that the City Council find the project as follows. To determine that the project is exempt from CEQA. This is based upon the prior Rio del Oro EIR that has been certified. The project is consistent with that EIR and with the specific plan. And then adopt a resolution for the Rio del Oro delivery station. And that concludes our presentation. Steve and I can answer any questions you might have or what the public might have.
Excellent. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing and ask the clerk if there's any speaker cards.
The city clerk's office has not received any public comment for this item via email, and I do not see any public comment via Zoom or telephone.
Excellent. Guys, anything? Excellent. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
So the item?
I've got. Oh, I raised my hand. Apparently that didn't work.
Oh, I'll withdraw my motion.
A couple of questions. If we could go to one of the site plans, maybe the landscaping site plan. There, that should do it. So my comments are about what's around this project and what you would see of this project. So Rancho Cordova Parkway there in the north, this is a major, this is going to be a major connection to this community. And the view shed from there concerns me a little bit. I see trees, the way we love to put them in these sorts of diagrams. Maybe that's the tree as we see it in 40 years. Maybe it's the tree as we see it in 5 years, depending on what's specified. But I would like to see as much screening as possible along that frontage. This building is not unattractive, but it's also not just the sort of thing people drive by and say, oh, isn't that beautiful? So my strategy would be, given the opportunity, let's screen this a lot from traffic. I don't think the organization that would operate a facility like this needs visibility of their building. There are no customers trying to figure out how to get in here. This is, a more industrial kind of a use. So I would say, increase that landscape buffer if possible, double up the trees if possible, make it look just like some really attractive green space from Rancho Cordova Parkway. Similarly on International, although there, at least you've got kind of like a business front, at least on that side of the building, but I would still screen, and Collector A as well, I would screen as much as possible to block the view of the building, particularly those two sides, the Rancho Parkway side and the Collector A side. Those long rows of vans, necessary and efficient, but not beautiful. So whatever we could do, Darcy, there to sort of increase the view, I would say, from the public of the facility would probably be good.
Almost decrease the view.
There we go.
Yeah.
It's an opportunity to have really intense green views.
Yeah. So Garrett, let me comment on that.
Okay.
This is where the old industrial office park zoning was helpful. MP. David will remember this from his time on Corpac. Rancho Cordova actually invented this zone. And it was brought to us because all of the people like McEwen and Steele who were developing what we now know as Prospect Park and, all of our central business district they were bringing stuff up from Silicon Valley, and they wanted the area to look like a business park, but to accommodate industrial uses. So the question for Darcy is whether or not the landscape strips on Rancho Cordova Parkway and International are at the minimum 10 feet wide, as you would often have in industrial, or whether they're actually 25 feet wide, as you would have in industrial office park. And perhaps that's a question for Steve Beauchamp also.
Steve? Still there? Steve?
How about Darcy?
Yeah, Steve's here. Sorry about that.
Okay.
So Steve,
I believe, yeah, I heard the question. Yeah, I'll have to check Rancho Cordova Parkway. I think it is a deeper screening, but I do need to check. There was obviously different requirements on each road, what the setbacks were based on the type of road they are, whether it's a detached or attached sidewalk. And again, I know we had some constraints with SMUD on a couple of the fronts. We're all for adding some more landscaping or trees and shrubbery for screening. I totally understand that. We are really tight on this site to hit all of our numbers for parking stalls and building square footage, and we had to squeeze and fight. We actually had to put some underground water quality retention tanks underground because we couldn't fit them in basins. So anyhow, just letting you know that we're tight, but yeah, we will ensure that we can maximize our landscape buffers around the perimeter. And I'll have to dig a little bit to find out what those dimensions are as they're not on this drawing.
And we would hope that Public Works has designed, or planning has designed, walkable areas along both Rancho Cordova Parkway and International. And just because, this is really our first bite at the apple of the two of those major thoroughfares. So what we do here, David, you're absolutely correct, will pretty much set the tone for what the rest of these two boulevards look like.
Yeah, so if this is landscaping light, my worry would be that from here on out, everyone's going to want landscaping light, and that would be a challenge.
Of course, and I know you understand that.
My other comments about the use over here under where the International Drive label is. So if that's going to be a town center, we don't know what kind of town center. It could be a typical suburban town center with gigantic, massive amounts of parking and some stores, arranged behind parking. Or it could be a more urban, kind of walkable place that's encouraging people to walk and bike in and do something. And because it's next to the park, I think it's the latter that we're after. We want some place that people feel like they can walk into or bike into. So this is directly across the street from that town center. And as a result, we want to be sure that, we have employees that'll be here all the time. I think you said 100, 150, something like that. Obviously, I think a few more probably coming and going who might be here for a period of time. But that's an opportunity. That's an asset for the employer at this site, that you will eventually have something, hopefully, that's very pedestrian friendly across the street. The challenge is always when these sorts of sites are designed, often the landscape architects or the designer never assumes that anyone's walking off the parcel. So I want to be sure that we've got good pedestrian connectivity between the office side and this parking where workers would show up to park and their ability to get across the street. And Darcy, I don't know that this is going to have a mid-block, pedestrian crossing to get to it. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But certainly we will at these two intersections want to have access. So we should be sure that this design actually allows the employees to do that walk and to do it like easily and directly. Yeah.
Sorry, while you were talking, I just looked up. So it's a detached sidewalk, meaning it's not up against the street curb on International Drive and Rancho Cordova Parkway. So you kind of have two rows of landscaping. You've got some landscaping between the street curb and the sidewalk. Then you have from the sidewalk to the parking lot. And that is 31 feet between the parking lot and the street. So that's more generous than the dimension noted earlier. And I think we're 31 feet on Rancho Cordova Parkway. 31 feet there as well. Again, a combination of a sidewalk plus two landscape buffers. And then on Collector A, which is the less stringent road, the sidewalk is adjacent to the curb, but then there's a 19.5 feet combination of sidewalk and planter. So again, that's kind of the less visible or less of a lesser of a road, but those are your dimensions. And as far as crosswalks go, I assume those would happen at the intersections or the corners. That's my understanding at this point.
Yeah, so if workers are working in this building and they want to cross the street to go to International, is there sort of a direct route from the front door to the corner? That would be the ultimate, right? A direct path from the front door of the building right to the corner where I would cross. Or do you make them walk out this way and then make a right turn and walk down here and make a left turn and, is it like the jammed in after the thought path, or is it as direct as we could make it? That's sort of the philosophy here. And I'm hoping in the plans there's something as direct as possible so that people will actually use it.
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, obviously you can't do something, diagonally across that would work for all of the drive aisles and the configuration. Again, they try to keep pedestrians out of the van lanes as well as the freight lanes. But there are pathways directly out through the parking lot that are safe pathways where minimize crossing the drive aisles that gets you out to the street sidewalk.
In that parking lot, I'm seeing something that looks like gray horizontal lines.
Yeah.
Are those pedestrian walkways? They're thick. They're wider than
If you go to the other screen before, and I think that one shows those. And you are correct. Those are pedestrian walk lines straight through the parking lot.
Okay, so as long as those connect out to the street in some efficient way and aren't fenced in or something, I don't know if I see an outlet for those out of your parking lot to the sidewalk except for at the main entrance.
Yeah, there's one right there above the entrance into that parking lot that goes all the way out to the street sidewalk, but we could add one on the other side as well. I don't have the ability to zoom in on this plan and to show you a little better. But.
So maybe at the intersection of like Rancho Cordova Parkway and International Drive right there, where is that an underground detention basin or detention area?
That one's above ground.
That's above ground. So right sort of the diagonal there, or at the corner of it, you could cut out, assuming that's not some security violation for your site.
That's fine. Yeah, there's no fencing around the employee parking or the van area.
Okay, and then similarly at the south, well, what would this be? The southeast corner of the parking lot, which is our lower left sort of corner of that employee parking lot, cut out to the street. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That kind of access. That also might encourage people to walk or bike to your site to work if they live in the neighborhood, which would be awesome.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, no, I'm just refamiliarizing with a couple spots. We do have a sidewalk that goes to the west, right out to Rancho Cordova, between those two basins from the office side. And we do have another one on the heading towards Collector A and International. That one doesn't connect all the way up to the sidewalk, but that's probably an easy modification to make. So, yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, just think about how people walk to those two corners and how efficient and safe can you make it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because what we find often is, someone will design a store where they want people to drive up, right? And then somehow the architect just skips the whole notion of from the parking lot to the store. They just think like the parking lot's good enough. It's like no one walks between the car and the store.
Yeah.
It's the strangest thing in design. There's this just skip of the whole pedestrian thing is just missed. But you guys have already accommodated a little in your parking lot here, so that's far better than average.
Yeah, no, that's right. That's what I said earlier. Safety is huge. We don't crisscross the employees going in and out of the office and to their cars with the vans going out and doing their deliveries. And so, yeah, you see just about on every other parking row, there's a walk path that does not run between, or the cars aren't moving in that walk path. It's designated.
And so, Darcy, are we able to tree along Collector A, whatever that the street on the bottom of this slide is? Or is that the SMUD conflict?
Yeah, can you repeat that? You're looking for a wider, or the trees along there? Yeah.
Yeah, on the landscape plan, I don't think there were any trees. They were set back beyond the first range of parking.
Yeah, it's because they have the SMUD easement there, and we've run into this before where honestly, SMUD would prefer to not have any trees within their easement. We have, on occasion, been able to work with them to get some trees in there, but that's why these are set further back, just to keep them out of their easement.
Makes me wonder what the U stands for in SMUD. I'll keep my mouth shut on that. There ought to be some things, like some shrubbery or something we could do to soften that edge.
Yeah, I think there is. I think it just doesn't show in this plan. I'll double check, but I think we are doing shrubbery, and we have some height constraints, and we talked to SMUD about that, and I think we have the ability to install some good shrub visual barrier as well.
So you get the shrub in front, the tree in back. That's pretty good. And that Collector A site, that's going to be a sports complex of some kind. So. There's not going to be any pedestrian activity that I can imagine sort of trying to get to that site. That'd be the odd thing to do. And the visual impact is probably also lesser there than Rancho Cordova Parkway or International. Okay, Darcy, my general comments, if we could, I'd love to hear, in our review process, how the comments I've just made, how they stack up. We could have a private offline discussion of that versus, what we're telling applicants.
Sure. Yeah, we can certainly do that. And I think what I am hearing tonight too, once we hear from council a little bit more, is that we can work, and it sounds like that Steve is amenable to working to upgrade the Rancho Cordova Parkway and International Drive with a little more landscape buffer. So we can work with them as well on that.
Steve, we're looking for a lot of palm trees. Just make sure you get them.
Yeah.
Garrett.
Right. Be careful what you ask for, right?
You know how many palm trees you would need to screen something? I mean, it'd be 10,000 of them at the side or something.
We can call it Hawaii with this Hawaii Center.
cornice on the building.
All those trunks. This is a great project. I'm really happy you guys are looking at Rancho Cordova and someone's investing in Rancho Cordova. And to have it happen here is really important for us. So thank you for bringing this. I was really happy to hear what you said about working with our staff. That's a great sign.
Yeah, we're excited to have you, and so we're looking forward to this project. All right.
Great.
So I'll go back to my first thing. So do I have to reclose it again? Okay. Adam?
No, sir.
Okay. So I'm going to ask for a motion.
I would move approval with modifications regarding landscaping and pedestrian access as we just discussed. Darcy, if that's clear enough.
Yes, that is clear enough. Thank you.
I will second it with the comment that we find the environmental determination adequate and appropriate.
I'm sorry, Donald, if I stepped on you on that.
No, you're fine.
Stacy, roll call, please.
Councilmember Sander?
Aye.
Councilmember Budge?
Yes.
Councilmember Pulapati?
Siri?
She has a thumbs up.
Nice.
I saw a thumbs up.
Yeah, your audio's off.
Can you hear me now? Yes?
Yeah.
Now we can.
Okay, yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Terry?
Aye.
Mayor Gatewood?
Aye. All right.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to calendar, regular calendar items. And I'm going to ask the Clouts, the city clerk, to announce the subject.
Fiscal year 2021-2022 Community Enhancement Fund allocations.
All right. So this is the continued of our Community Enhancement Fund. Guys, we're going to go, what we do at this point, and this is for Siri, is the ones that we've kiddied. This is where we bring those back to discuss the proper funding levels and come to an agreement. And this is where we give the staff guidance, and then they bring that back to us. So I'm going to go ahead and have Stacy do her staff report, and then I'm going to talk about what we're going to do for the applicants and getting public comment. So Stacy, do you want to give a staff report? Excellent.
She's coming, just a moment. Stacy, are you there?
I am. It was just taking a second to switch over. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. So good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Stacy Delaney, and I will be presenting information tonight on the fiscal year 21-22 Community Enhancement Fund. Next slide, please, Persephone. So this evening's presentation, like Mayor Gatewood just mentioned, will focus on the grant applications that were carried over from the April 19th City Council meeting. And then the decisions that you make tonight will help inform the overall budget for the Community Enhancement Fund. And that budget will come back to you in the form of a resolution with attachments. And it will detail the applications that were approved for funding, the funding level, and whether or not the application was approved as a multi-year request or a single-year request. And again, that will come back to you in the June timeframe. Next slide, please. So at the April 19th meeting, we did cover the 82 grant applications that were submitted. You had pulled 18 of them for further discussion. So we're going to go through those shortly. Before we do that, I'm just going to briefly recap the overall budget, how it's estimated at this point. And it's going to be very brief since we've already talked about it on April 5th as well as April 19th. Next slide, please. As you can see on the screen, this represents the preliminary budget for fiscal year 21-22 from the Community Enhancement Fund specifically. Tonight's focus will be on the community grants, which you see as approximately $2.1 million. I'm not going to touch base on the other funding categories tonight. We've already covered those during the April 5th discussion. Next slide, please. There are 2 items that were carried over that were tied to Cordova Recreation and Park District facilities, and therefore, before we have these discussions, Mayor Gatewood will need to recuse himself temporarily from the meeting to avoid a potential conflict of interest. We'll cover those 2 items. We'll hear public comment. Council can discuss and take a vote on these, and then Mayor Gatewood can come back after this slide.
That's fine. So Garrett, if you want to drop and then we'll pick you back up. Stacy can put you back in the room.
Wait a minute. So I thought we were going to, before we did the staff report and made decisions, I was going to let people testify.
No, what we'll do, we can do it the same way we did it last time. So we can have staff present these 2 items, take public comment on these, and then we could give direction to staff and then bring you back after these 2 items have had public comment and for just these items. Okay. And then we'll bring you back, go through the rest of them, take public comment, then give direction.
All right, I'm going to drop then, and Donald, just text me when you're ready to come back.
Yeah, no worries. Will do. Okay, so with that, Stacy, if you want to present these 2 items, then we'll take public comment on just these 2 items, and then staff, and then council direction. Go ahead.
Perfect. So application 17 was submitted by Hummingbird Theater Company, and it was specifically for the upcoming 21-22 season. They are a current grant recipient, and due to COVID, they had to push out one of their performances. So they're not going to actually do their current year funded program until this October, meaning they weren't able to actually accomplish everything in their grant request that they originally submitted. Therefore, you'll see their revised grant request listed here, which is the $44,350. That was based upon recent conversations we had with the applicant following the April 19th meeting. Our initial recommendation carried over from April 19th was we recommended to fund this out of the performing arts bucket, not to exceed $20,000. If they are approved for funding, they are intending to use the CRPD facility, and of course they would need to get a special use permit if they do use a park facility going forward. With regards to application 42, which was submitted by the Kaleidos School Scholarship Program, Kaleidos School is a local nonprofit, and they're also a holistic learning center. They are seeking funding to scholarship primarily single parent families so that they can participate in the programs that they offer. This ranges from academic instruction for students to academic remediation, some visual arts classes, as well as yoga and some social skills programming. They are looking to scholarship approximately 3 students per class offered, or approximately 60 in the course of a year. They're looking to potentially use a CRPD facility to offer their programming. And our original recommendation carried over from the April 19th meeting was that it was not recommended for funding. If it was approved, they are seeking $13,000 in grant funding.
Okay. At this point, let's go ahead, Stacy, and take public comment on these 2 items only. So again, I want to remind the public, if you're going to raise your hand or type whatever you have to on your phone, we are only taking public comment right now on item 17 and 42 only. Stacy, go ahead.
The city clerk's office did receive written public comment via email from 2 individuals for these 2 items, application number 17 and application number 42. One person is Danielle Mercado, representing the Hummingbird Theater Company, and second is Janice Oliver Irasi, representing the Kaleidos School. There are those public comments have been distributed to the City Council and will be also available on the city's website. And I'm going to move to Zoom and telephone for these 2 items that are up on the screen. We'll start with Larry Carmichael, and I just see that he just lowered his hand. So we'll go to Janice, and Janice, you'll have 3 minutes, and you should be able to speak at this time.
Thank you. I will say that the letter that was submitted was actually, I emailed it, but it's on behalf of Janice Wade, who is a Board of Trustees member for Kaleida School. She was having trouble exporting her letter with technology, so I submitted it on her behalf. And we are thankful for the council's time. We would like to request this grant because one of the major reasons we have been wanting to locate in Rancho Cordova is to help so many groups that could use the assistance. Newcomers to the area that don't speak English. So in addition to the classes for the children, we will also be holding low and no cost classes for their families, such as learning English as a second language. We know, particularly now after the virus, there are many children that need help with social skills, if nothing else, because they've lost some time in social settings in school. But there's always been a need to address more than that. Often parents that are led by a single parent fall into a low socioeconomic segment. So we really want to allow them to get some assistance. They often have to look for that because they have a single income. We also want to offer parents, families that are in a low socioeconomic sector or dealing with things like homelessness or other trauma, a chance to attend these classes that they normally can't get in a regular school setting. And in addition to that, we're also offering classes after school for children that need intervention with language arts and with math. And then I was just curious as to why Mayor Gatewood had to recuse from this.
He has a financial conflict of interest between the businesses that he owns and services being provided to the Cordova Parks and Rec District.
Oh, okay. So I have been in touch with Cordova Parks and Rec, and we're just in negotiations to get, like a discount rate to use the parks on a continual basis because nature is such a big element for us. We want to be outside even after the virus clears up, but especially right now. So we're in communications with them and negotiations with finding a volume discount, if you will, because we are a nonprofit. And though we will charge some fees for some people, we're just starting up. So we need to be economically prudent. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Danielle Mercado. And Danielle, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Danielle, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. Doesn't look like we have Danielle. Stacy, do we want to move on to the next speaker, please?
Yes. Danielle, are you there? I can see the microphone sort of moving.
There we go. We can hear you, but it's really faint.
Okay. Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, it just sounds like you're not very close to the phone.
I'm right up on it.
Okay. Well, go ahead and make your comment. We'll just try to listen really carefully.
Okay. This is Danielle Mercado. I'm the artistic director of Hummingbird Theater Company, and I've got my team here with me. Beth Beam, who's one of the directors, and Sarah, who is an assistant director. And we wanted to, show our support for our grant. And we're Rancho Cordova's only community theater. We think it's really important to be able to bring arts and culture and live performances, especially after this last year, to our city, and that we would love to be able to do that.
Hi, can you hear me?
Can. Is this somebody different?
Yes, hi, sorry. I was going to introduce myself, wanted to make sure I could be heard. This is
Go ahead.
Danielle mentioned me. I am a creative director and co-founder of Hummingbird Company. I just wanted to put in my support for the recommendation for the Ruby grant. Speaking for not just our regular company members who've been with us since our founding, but for many of our audience members for the past couple years, there is very little theater that the people can come and see in Rancho Cordova. So speaking not just for us, but for the community in general, it would make it possible for us to do more shows that the public can come see. Really, that's what comes down to it. Our motto is here for the people. So we really want to be able to bring education and entertainment to normally couldn't afford to drive all the way to, Sacramento and then pay for more expensive tickets. We want to bring more of an audience to the Rancho Cordova area, and this is just the best way to do it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Stacy, do we have any more speakers?
We have one additional speaker, and that is RCHOI. You'll have 3 minutes.
All right. Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. This is Robin Choi, and I'm speaking as I'm the board president of Clyda School. And I just wanted to share a little bit about how important this is to our community. I moved about 2 years ago to Rancho Cordova because both my husband and I work here, and we moved to Anatolia, and we really are. It's just amazing the revisions and the development that's going on in Rancho Cordova. I joined Janice in developing this Clyda School because of my passion for helping children and their families. I've been in education for 20 years. Clyda School is a community center, which you guys all heard already, and Janice talked a lot about it. My part is I'm a holistic nutritionist too, and I want to start a gardening program in Rancho Cordova with Clyda School and teach kids cooking and families about nutrition. So there's a really great things that Clyda School is doing, and I just wanted to share with you guys to know how important this would be for Rancho Cordova. And that is pretty much it, but I just wanted to share that with you guys.
Thank you. Stacy, next speaker, please.
That is all the public speakers that we have for these items.
Okay. Well, thank you. So with that, Council, do you have any questions for staff?
Yeah, for Stacy, did Clyda School get an endorsement from any of our school districts?
They didn't seek the endorsement of the school district because they weren't planning on using school district facilities or anything like that.
And are they a startup? It sounds like they're a startup organization. Like they're not currently operating here?
They are a learning center, but I don't believe that they have a permanent location in Rancho Cordova, which is why they're seeking the use of a park district facility that would allow classroom space as well as outdoor education.
David, maybe this will help. Traditionally, for these items, we've tended to allow questions to applicants.
Yeah.
In this limited fashion. This isn't public comment, but if you had a specific question for the applicant around their organizational structure, I think that would be allowed.
Okay.
There's not objection from any other council member. I think it would be fine if you had a specific question for.
Yeah, I would direct that question then to them. Are you currently operating? Is this a brand new thing that's starting up here in Rancho Cordova? I think that's what I heard, but I'm not.
Well, and I would even augment that question because I believe I was approached by this organization in the past in regards to a charter application that might have been submitted to one of our school districts. if this is the same organization that I think it is. So did you get approved for that? Or do you have operations in Rancho currently? I don't know who of the public commenters would like to address that question, but I think David and I both share the same question.
Let's broaden the question and ask, this was the organization that we received a lot of public comment today. Is this the organization that was meeting on Fruit Ridge and lost their lease?
Meeting on Fruit Ridge? You mean the Fruit Ridge Community Center?
I don't think this is that one, Linda. I think that is Youth Orchestra.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Right.
I think we're talking two different things. But I think
a couple slides down.
Yeah, I would say though the question is what is Kaleidoschool? What is your long-term goal, and what are you doing at the moment besides asking for funding for this within the city?
How if they're operating already, where has their funding been coming from?
Okay. Stacy, could we bring up
Janice would be appropriate.
Janice? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I was waiting to be unmuted and waiting for the conversation. So yes, we in the past were pursuing a charter school because charter schools do not charge tuition when we wanted to bring our program to as many people, as many families as possible. But given the COVID environment, we switched gears so that we could meet some needs of other people. Not only have people switched to homeschooling their children because of the virus, but when checking with the office at the state, the amount of private school affidavits that were filed between 2019 and 2020 almost doubled. Went from 17,000 in the state to 30,000 because so many people are making that change. So because so many in-person events, we are a big supporter. We were there at Kids Day. We've been at every Rancho Cordova event. We're a member of the Chamber. We're a member of Cordova Community Council. We've volunteered and we've planted trees out there. So we have a lot invested in Rancho Cordova. But when we lost the opportunity to go to those in-person events and get the signatures that would be required for a charter petition, that was another factor in our deciding to reconfigure and meet a different need. And we tested this, we ran a focus group, we sent out an e-blast survey, and a lot of people were looking to have this help. And we specifically want to provide that for Rancho Cordova residents. So we decided to reconfigure. We changed our mission statement to reflect that. We've done the work. We have started already. We have a Nature Explorers class, which is outside, and we're just working with the kids outside, but it's all thematic, so they'll do art as well. But we do not have a permanent facility yet, and we've been working on that. It's a little tricky because we're looking for somewhere that has some green that we can use. We know that nature not only helps academic learning, but it also helps healing if there's any trauma. So it's important to us to have at least a little space that's green, and we're in conversation with a couple of other, they're members of the Chamber, and we've been in touch with the Economic Development Department at Rancho. We've been pointed to a couple of places there because we're very flexible. You know, we can use a flex space, we can use an office space if the landlord is okay having children in the space. But we're talking about small groups, so it won't be like it was when we were looking for the charter school. So we're looking for the right space that we can use, and just for now doing things outside.
Okay. So to clarify, I think a couple of us asked the same question. Are you currently providing this service or any existing services within the city?
So we are currently running one class outdoors. We've even offered virtual classes, but most of the people want the outdoors. So we are running one class. It's just a small session. And then we plan to really start in the fall when school, really gets back again. We had run a pod before, but that was not in Rancho Cordova. That was happening in Orangevale. And that's not really our model. We did it to help people. We had a single mom who needed some help. So we have some revenue, but we are new at this. You know, for a couple of years, all our planning was going into the charter school model, and then we had to reconfigure. As far as I think Linda asked, any financing that's gone into it thus far has been out of pocket from the board and myself, and I'm the founding executive director. So I've gifted money to the nonprofit. We are a 501c3. The board members have given money. We've helped fundraisers. And then we've had, you know, just as this class was starting, we've had one tuition paid, you know, for the whole session kind of thing. So needed.
So to clarify, what is the one class that you were describing that you offered? What does that mean?
Nature Explorers, where we're outside, we're doing, you know, work. For instance, in this last class that we did, we looked at the differences in twigs. So if you think environmental sciences meets artwork, meets English language arts, you know, so I'm integrating all the subjects. They may sit for a little bit outdoors, listen to the sound of the birds, watch the tree, but then they come and they paint a picture of that. Then they have to get up in front of their friends and describe their place to them and use words to do that. So it's all a blending of the academics, arts, and sciences, and movement.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Council. Any other questions on these two items for the applicant or staff?
A hummingbird question, Stacy. This reduction from 44 to 20, does that cut out one of their productions? Is that what the net effect of that is?
It would be, because each one is approximately $20,000 to $21,000.
Okay, they've got one coming in the fall that was actually funded last year that you referred to, and it's coming in September or something, if I remember right.
October, yes.
October, Into the Woods, I think it's called.
Correct. So they would
Okay.
have the capacity to do two, one in the spring and one in the summer. That would be the maximum capacity.
Okay.
So I had a question about that one too, Stacy. So I'm confused because it's saying requested is $44,350, and maybe I'm just looking at the agenda that was posted. So did they bring that down from a different number before this, or am I missing an old version where it was even more than that?
It was more. It was about $86,000, if my memory is correct, and they revised it down based upon the acknowledgement that our grant funding is from July through June, and with the continuation of their existing program into the fall, that they could realistically only do two of the proposed items that were originally in their grant request. So they have requested less money now, which is the $44,350.
Okay. And then we're looking at about half of that. Okay.
If you go with the original recommendation, yes.
Okay.
I don't know about you guys, but I have seen them practicing in Village Green Park, and I did go sit in on the Jane Austen performance that they did over there, and went to Cordova High, to the Performing Arts Center, to watch A Midsummer Night's Dream. And from the communications that we've received, it sounds like they're really expanding their reputation, and they're getting outside resources in terms of how to put on a quality performance. So I'm comfortable with Hummingbird Theater. In terms of Kaleidoscope School, I see a lot of advantages, or a lot of opportunities for local kids, but I would caution that when they start talking about things like teaching English as a second language to parents, while on one hand it's always needed, on the other hand, what we've always needed to try to avoid is duplicating services that are provided by other facilities or other organizations, such as Adult Ed, which provides English as a second language, or the community college, which provides English as a second language. And I realize that there's always a need for a whole host of services, but perhaps Kaleidoschool should stick to one specific service and do it really, really well.
We've heard from David. We've heard from Linda. Excuse me, Siri. Any feedback or questions here?
My questions were on the Kaleidoscope because they said they needed scholarship for single parental families, which means they need it for the kids so they're going to narrow out the kids from single parental low income families and help them develop. I mean, like Linda said, they really need to narrow down that bucket on how they're going to do that for this particular subset. But this is something that if they are really in need of, I would like to recommend some funding for them.
Okay. I guess my comments here, my first question is the Hummingbird Theater related to the community theater grant that we gave to Rebecca Sloan and her group was a part of?
No.
That's not this. Okay, this is separate. Okay. So I would be fine with the staff's recommendation. I would even put this as a priority for recaptured funds. If we end up with more come January that doesn't get spent because of COVID stuff or something else that goes along that we tried to fund that we couldn't, make this a priority to maybe try to get them closer to 44,000. My input around Kaleidoscope would be this. And David, I think you were getting at it, and I kind of asked the same question. We were fairly clear that we wanted our funds to be leveraged with other funds from the community, private donors, other things like that. And that when you're a startup, especially in the educational realm, we've heavily relied on our superintendents and our school district partners to help prioritize what is in alignment with our school district and educational partners' priorities. And the fact that this group didn't reach out to the school districts to try to get support there, I think we need to stick to our guns in the fact that this isn't even on their radar. And I get that they're trying to pivot because getting the charter school and homeschooling and a lot of other things have changed in that space in the past year. So I'm not looking at the camera, I'm looking at my notes on another computer. But yeah, I don't know if I'm comfortable yet with kind of where they're going from where they were a year or two ago. And I think to Linda's point, like duplication of effort, that a lot of the things I'm hearing here are being served to the public in other places and from other organizations, some of which we're funding through this. And so, while sure, could they find people that might want to take them up on this service, but there may be another place that's already doing it. And do we just start funding other groups that just want to do good stuff because they want to do good stuff, or do we focus in on the things that have a proven track record? So I don't know if I'm necessarily saying no, but I'm not nearly as comfortable.
So can somebody help me? What are the other organizations that are out there that are doing this, helping kids, at low income, with behavior issues that they can, help with? I think this is a very different program. I've not seen stuff like this before. I've seen in FCSCSD, Folsom Cordova School District, where kids have behavior issues and they do some sort of a mentoring session. They take the kid out of class and do something. That's all I've seen. And this seems like they're trying to help these kids in a non-traditional environment. So what are the other programs out there that are similar to this one?
Well, the first thing that comes to mind when we're talking about outdoor education, in the past, we have funded all of our kids to go to the FEI Nature Center, and we funded all the kids to go to Splash. And of course, Splash has a request again this year, and we've all received a letter with additional explanation about that. So, and the unfortunate fact is that everything is happening outdoors this year because it's safer to be outdoors than indoors.
I would throw Soilborne into that same question, Siri. Is doing very similar work and again, I think Linda just cited 3 different places, 2 of which are in Rancho or feet from Rancho that have a site secured. So I mean, maybe I don't know if it makes sense to go look at the field trip / assembly budget at some point for this and maybe flesh out the Kaleidos School proposal more.
But isn't this the one that specifically said that because of the nature of the program, the field trips budget would not include this?
I don't think this was field trips.
Maybe that was Splash. That was Splash's Academy.
That was Splash.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, you're right. It probably doesn't. I don't know. I mean, I'm not a no vote, but I don't know what to do with it yet because I just feel like it. I mean, at this point, from what I'm reading, that the scholarships would represent 25% of the total enrolled. So our scholarship is going to be for the people that don't pay a fee to participate. So, I mean, do they have the 75% of the other enrollees signed up? So, I mean, to me, it's $13,000. And if they can't perform by the fall, then we would recapture this and do something else with it, I guess. So, and in the grand scheme of things, 13,000 not going to put us over or under probably anything. But if we keep doing that all night long, 13.
We could do that, or we could wait a year and see if they gain private sector support and parents' contributions to their programs, and then weigh in to support scholarships for it.
So I feel this is not the year to wait a year, especially when it comes to kids, when it comes to single parents with low income. This is the time that we need to support them. Next year, there's a whole lot of stuff that we've seen kids going through, and if this helps the kids with their behavioral issues, not sending them home. I'm trying to read the letter that Janice sent. She said, for kids, instead of sending them home, this is an alternative that they can give. I don't feel this is the year to push it. I mean, maybe reduced funding, but this is not the year I want to push this.
Siri, we really understand that. We probably need to ask Stacy how many kids they expected to serve.
Well, it does it in their application, 60 participants per year.
On one hand, this seems like a program that is designed specifically for special ed kids, and I understand that. I've got 3 kids of my own who are working in special ed, but
Linda, I could answer your question.
It goes back to the question of what are they doing for other fundraising. It's incredibly commendable that the board and people are providing the funding to make this happen. That's incredibly commendable. But if that's the only source of funding they've got, then that's not really sustainable.
It sounds like this would be their only source of funding besides fees paid by participants. Stacey, go ahead.
Sure. To answer Linda's question, they're anticipating that the funding would cover approximately 3 students per course offered. That's based upon roughly 25% of the number of students they feel would enroll in a course. They're rounding it to 3 instead of 2.5 for obvious reasons. Over the course of the year, that might be 60 students, but it's roughly 3 per course offered. They're looking to scholarship in. The other program I can think of that might offer something similar is like the Family Resource Center from FCCP, which provides safety net services, home visitation, and other parent education, but I totally leave it up to council's direction.
And we really have tried to focus on programs. I mean, you're right, Siri, nobody needs to be thrown away, but we've really tried to focus on programs that serve a lot of people rather than just a few people. And a grant request to provide only 3 scholarships doesn't sound very significant.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is, and David, I mean, are you along Linda's line? I guess I would be open to it, but if it's 2 to 2, then that's not enough to fund it, and so we can just.
Yeah, I think if they got off the ground, I would be happy to look at them. But I'm not sure exactly. I'm not sure if they're more aspirational now than real. So I'd like to see them succeed sort of in the marketplace, and then we can talk about how we could plug kids into their success.
Okay, so I think I would say I'm a reluctant supporter of it in some ways to look into it, but I think it's clear we're 2-2, so that's not going to get funded.
The intent I'm totally in favor of. So, yeah. What Siri said about helping kids, absolutely.
Yeah, and I would just say, if I put my charitable giving officer hat on, which I tend to do for my day job, there's lots of great ideas. There's not always enough funding for all of those great ideas. So I think we know what we want to do on Kaleidos School. So we're going to go with the staff's recommendation is what I'm hearing. On the Hummingbird, any specific direction there? Anybody want to take a stab at it first?
Sounds like if we funded it in full, it would be 3 productions instead of 2 in this year. Are they? Yes. Is that right, Stacy?
1 funded from last year and 2 new ones.
Yeah, but 3 during the fiscal year.
It would be 3 during this fiscal year.
Okay.
Is that right?
Fiscal year 21-22. Yeah.
So we're debating 2 versus 3 here, basically, productions.
You are correct.
Yeah, so my feedback here would be, this is me personally, I'll take a stab because I asked and got another question, but I would say, in the era of post-COVID, we just don't know what's going to happen. So I'd be fine with the 20,000, and I think kind of what I suggested would be put this on a priority list that if we do get recaptured funds because of other canceled events and things like that, and they end up getting to January and it looks like they got the first one off the ground and it's great and they think they can do 2 more, they prioritize them for recaptured funding or an adjustment of some sort in tax revenue that we're not expecting, which tends to happen. But at this rate, I'd say support the 20 and then let's cross that bridge of having a good problem, which is that they spent all their money and they want to do a 3rd production.
Yeah, I would support that. This is in that art sphere and we're playing in this art sphere. We've got an art strategy out there. We need to push as many buttons as we can. I think this could be key for us going forward, having this theater company right here in Rancho Cordova. So I think that's a decent strategy, Donald. I'd support that.
And I totally agree. Theatrical productions do not happen overnight. 6 months is a good time frame to get their act together and literally and Donald, you're absolutely right. We don't know when we will be able to get back to getting together again.
Yeah. But again, if they show the track record by later this year, Sierra, I don't know if you want to weigh on that. It sounds like we have 3 for that strategy.
Good.
Okay, so Stacey, you got what you need on these 2?
If you could just take a formal vote so that we can memorialize it in the meeting minutes.
Okay.
I believe what you stated is that you would go with staff's recommendation on applications 17 and 42, and we would flag 17 for potential discussion later if funds came in higher than anticipated or if something else didn't come through as planned.
Move approval of the staff recommendation.
Okay.
Second.
Let's have a roll call.
Was the second?
This is, and just a reminder for council, we're voting on both of these items at the same time to accept the staff recommendation.
Was the second Terry or
Go
Sander?
ahead.
Thank you.
Sander.
Thank you.
Yep. I should have said that. Sorry.
Councilmember Sander?
Aye.
Councilmember Pulapati?
Yes.
Councilmember Budge?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Terry?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, let me text Garrett. Give me 1 sec.
And the mayor was abstaining.
The mayor was
Right.
he was recusing.
Recusing himself, thank you.
Yeah. Can't abstain if you refuse.
And for Stephanie, you can advance the slide while we wait for Mayor Gates.
Yeah, why don't we do that? Council, how does everybody feel at this point? Do we want to take a short 5-minute break, bio break? Or do we want to just mow through when Garrett gets back?
We could do a bio break and it gives Garrett a chance to get himself together.
Okay. We'll reconvene. I've got 8:13. We'll reconvene at 8:20. 7 minutes. Okay?
Right.
Thanks, everyone.
Donald, so you guys went through it and then you talked about it and then took public comment?
Yeah, so what I would suggest now is for these items is to have, I don't know if we want to have a staff presentation on these, which is essentially what Stacy did. Then we took public comments and then any staff questions or applicant questions from council, and then ultimately council direction.
All right. Stacy, how many of these do we have?
You have 16 remaining.
All right, excellent. So let's do 4 and 4. Let's just do sets of 4.
One thing you might want to consider, if we do all 16 at once, then we only need to open public comment one time as opposed to doing it 4 separate times. But,
yeah, Garrett, I would suggest that we take them all at once and allow public commenters to comment on them. Any of the ones that they want during their 3-minute time, instead of having multiple bites at the apple, so to speak.
All right, Stacey, let's go through all of them. Then we'll take public comment, and then we will we'll have staff our discussion, and then we'll take a vote.
Great, thank you. So over the next 4 slides, I will be presenting just some basic information about each of the applications. Like you stated, we'll then open it up for public comment at the end of the 4th slide. You'll have the opportunity to ask questions, to have discussion, and if there are any other council initiatives that we haven't previously discussed, that would also be the time to mention any of those. So without further ado, the first application related to arts and culture is the Nimbus Films documentary. Nimbus Films is interested in doing a 30-minute documentary about the history of Rancho Cordova. They would like to release the documentary so that it would line up with the 20th anniversary of the vote on cityhood. And they are seeking $57,500 in grant funding. And our original recommendation carried over from April 19th was to consider doing a solicitation for proposals if a documentary is desired. With regards to application 10, which is the Mandarins of Sacramento Music Academy, they run a program at both Sunrise and McGarvey Elementary Schools. And unlike some of the other school districts that have standardized music lessons for their students district-wide, within the Elk Grove Unified School District, this is the way that they are currently receiving programming at the 2 school sites in Rancho Cordova. They are seeking $22,000 in grant funding, and that would be to provide music for 4th through 6th grade students at those 2 schools. I believe it's 30 students per school site or 60 overall. They do provide in-kind contribution of the instrument rentals to the students, so they don't actually charge them for that piece. Our recommendation from April 19th was to receive the full grant request of $22,000. With regards to application number 11, which is the Sacramento Performing Arts Conservatory, they were seeking funding for their Cordova Youth Spotlight Orchestra. That orchestra essentially would provide ensemble practices or practice sessions for orchestral students, as well as performances for those students. This is geared towards kind of the out-of-school experience. So for those students that aren't taking private lessons, or for those students that maybe have lessons in school as part of their curriculum, but they're looking for some additional opportunities, that's what their funding is geared towards. Our recommendation from the April 19th meeting was not recommended for funding, but they are requesting $9,950. Application 13 is from LaCar's Legacy, and they're looking to expand upon the Your World, Your Canvas art program that they're currently doing primarily in the Lincoln Village neighborhood. They're looking to do a puppetry arts program. This program would provide teens, approximately 50 of them, the opportunity to build puppets, so they would practice different skills. They would also build sets and write some of the scripts to actually do a theatrical performance with their puppets. The grant request is now revised. She did email me earlier today and said, as opposed to the $35,450, they fine-tuned their budget and they're now requesting $31,650. Our original recommendation from April 19th was to fund it, but at an amount not to exceed $19,000. And we can go to the next slide, please, Persephone. So these are all sports-related applications that were pulled for further discussion. The first one is application number 4, which is from RCSAC, which stands for the Rancho Cordova Student Athlete Coalition. They're seeking funding to really expand upon the athletic program at Cordova High School. So not just athletics in its pure sense, but also support of athletics. So study halls and things like that to support the overall development of the student. There is some overlap between application 4 and 20 and 21, which were all tied towards athletic improvements within Folsom Cordova Unified School District. The review committee did feel like there was items within application number 4 that would be great to expand upon and to build more community involvement and resources within the Cordova High School alumni, as well as current students and families. So we felt like a recommendation of $50,000, which could go towards a pilot of the program specific at Cordova High School, would still work with the recommendations regarding applications 20 and 21, which combined serve both Cordova High School, Mills Middle School, Mitchell Middle School, and Kenny High School athletics. So applications 20 and 21 were submitted directly by the school district, and that is to continue the improvements that we've been working on together for athletics within the district. Their combined grant requests for applications 20 and 21 are $203,250, and the staff recommendation carried over from April 19th is to fund it, but at an amount not to exceed $200,000. And our plan, if council agrees with the recommendations on 4, 20, and 21, is to work closely with RCSAC, which is the grassroots nonprofit organization, and the school district to figure out exactly, what is the lane for RCSAC and how they can best support student athletics at Cordova High School specifically during the pilot year. With regards to application 15, which is from the Rancho Cordova Track Club, they're a youth developmental running club that has been started in Rancho Cordova. They're seeking $25,000 to purchase timing equipment, to do some branding and marketing, as well as materials and other related equipment for the club. Our initial recommendation is to fund it out of the Youth Sports Growth and Startup Fund not to exceed $20,000, and again, their request is $25,000. The last item on the screen is application 19, which was submitted from River City Christian, and it's specifically the crossover basketball league that has been operating in Rancho Cordova for many years. This is a recreational league for middle and high school students. There would be two leagues. One league would run from approximately January through March, and then the other league would run from March through June. They're seeking funding to cover some of the scholarships required for student athletes who can't afford to pay for the crossover basketball league, as well as some professional athlete guest speakers that could come out and speak to the students and motivate them towards future success. This would be done at two different banquets. So they're requesting $20,000 in grant funding, and our initial recommendation that's carried over is to fund it at an amount not to exceed $10,000, and that was to come out of, actually just $10,000. Next slide, please. So these are the education-related items that were pulled for further discussion. The first one is from Sacramento Splash. So they are looking to host a 3 to 4 week summer camp, which would be a youth environmental leadership camp. They would work with approximately 30 students over the course of several weeks, so about 10 students per week in these sessions. And those students would work on designing and implementing a solution aimed at either air quality, water quality, or aquatic habitat. And then after the camp concludes, they would then convene a monthly after-school club for those students the remainder of the school year. This is a multi-year request, so they're requesting $29,700 in fiscal year 21-22, and then $23,150 in the subsequent year. Our initial staff recommendation was that we felt that since school districts would be receiving an allocation towards field trips and assemblies of their choice, which includes some other experiential learning opportunities, that if this was a priority of the school districts, that they could use that funding and participate in the program. With regards to application 44, which is the application from Robotics Evolution, which is a local Rancho Cordova company, the intent of the application is to provide robots and drone equipment to teach children how to design and program their own creations. And the applicant is seeking $35,000. One thing to note is that that does not include the cost of computers or software or Wi-Fi access. That would be the cost of like the kits and a 3D printer and things of that nature. Our initial recommendation was not recommended for funding, and again, the applicant is seeking $35,000. Application 45 was submitted from Folsom Cordova Unified School District. It's specific to Williamson Elementary School. They are seeking what's called a bookworm. Think of it as a vending machine, but for books. And students would receive tokens that they could then use to access books of their choice. The school, since our follow-up conversation, has indicated that they have identified half of the funding required to purchase a book vending machine. And so at this point, if they receive $3,000 in funding from the city, they can make that a reality. Next slide, please. And the last 4 items are those items that were in the other category. And the first one up is application number 54, which is from Rancho Endurance Sports, and their focus is getting kids on bikes. So this is a company that is moving into our community, and they're looking to focus their programs on bicycle safety for children, as well as how to properly use a bike. They would like to host at least 6 training events over the course of the fiscal year and serve approximately 15 kids per event. So our initial staff recommendation was not to recommend it for funding, and that we felt some of the same elements were included in both SABA's application request, which is recommended for funding from the Community Enhancement Fund, as well as the Bike Labs program that the city is currently also working with. With regards to application 63, this is the digital sign that, if approved, would be placed at the MAC. And this was a request by the Cordova Community Council Foundation. This would include the cost to design, to fabricate, as well as to install a digital message board. It would be a monument-style board, and they would plan on exhibiting what's happening there at the MAC, and it could also be used for just on-site advertising at this point. If council is in favor of the project, our rough estimate is that it's probably closer to $150,000 and not the quote that was provided, because the quote didn't include several elements that would drive up the cost. If you were in favor of the project, we would also work with the property owner, Regional Transit, of course, the CCC, and our own planning department to make sure that it's, placed in the proper location, that the proper setbacks and things of that nature are met. And lastly, we would want to make sure, I believe the applicant knows this as well, but just to make sure that they realize at this point, advertisements could only be for site-specific events, and you couldn't advertise events happening elsewhere based on our current sign ordinance. With regards to application 67, which was submitted by the Salvation Army, they are seeking funding to purchase a van that would be retrofitted to act as a mobile office, so to speak. They envision that this mobile office would be used by their social workers to visit individuals and families experiencing homelessness, and then they could use that mobile office to make copies of important documents or store important documents, things of that nature. In speaking with our homeless navigator as well as our code enforcement team, there wasn't really a need identified to have a mobile outreach team. A lot of the things that they were describing in their application would be duplicated by our own hot team as well as our homeless navigator. There was interest by our homeless navigator and our hot team to continue the relationship with Salvation Army and encourage them to get involved with Rancho Cordova Heart, either offering themselves as a overnight winter shelter, or during the summer or winter to also offer up as a cooling or warming station if they so desired, or to partner with Heart and provide meals or things like that for the homeless population. So we do feel there's ways to continue that partnership, but as a committee, we did not recommend this project for funding. They are requesting $64,000 for that van and some modifications to the interior. With regards to application 76, which is the Rancho Cordova Elks Lodge hospitality truck. Their original application primarily centered around purchasing a hospitality truck and some basic supports that might be needed in order to change their model from welcoming people primarily to their center to bringing the Elks Lodge and their mission out into the community. We did have some follow-up conversations with the applicant after April 19th. During that discussion, he had indicated that they didn't really need the money for the truck per se, but they did need money for the support behind that. He since has submitted a revised budget, and that budget included some lodge equipment for their physical facility, primarily to do with their kitchen, as well as some special equipment that they would use as part of this hospitality truck support, which focused on computer systems primarily in order to take their services out to the field, as well as some physical improvements to the building itself, since they're no longer planning on leaving their location in Rancho Cordova. This project was not recommended for funding during the April 19th meeting. However, they are requesting additional funding beyond the initial scope, which is blocked from my view, but I believe it's about $130,000. But at the moment, it's currently blocked by something else on the screen. So I apologize.
That's what I see.
130.
Okay, perfect.
13500.
I'm going off my memory because I can't see it. So that does conclude the 16 items that were additionally pulled for conversations beyond the 2 that we previously discussed tied to CRPD facilities. So it would be
we commend Stacy on her memory skills for all
right.
of these things running around in her head.
That was very
right.
good.
So at this moment, let's go ahead and take public comments. Given that we have a huge number of applicants, we're going to limit the public comment at this time to 2 minutes. If your point of view has already been shared and if your applicant has been recommended by the staff for the format and you choose not to comment, you may choose not to comment. And at this moment, if I can go ahead and have City Clerk, let me go ahead and give her a second. Stacy, I don't see you. Oh, there you are. Everybody, this is where you will, this is where you talk about the funding models that you want for your item, and this is when you give your ideas. So let's go ahead and have Stacy call the first person.
So the city clerk's office received a number of public comments via email. So I'm going to read off those names. All of these emails have been distributed to the city council as well as staff and placed on our website. And then we'll transition over to Zoom and telephone. The first person that we received public comment from was Janine Anderson. Second person that we received public comment from was from Karen Anderson. Third person.
Stacey,
yes.
Stacey,
Yes.
We probably would help to know what they were commenting about.
I can. How would you like me to do
Does that work? Just on number so and so, or the title of their request. I mean, I saved all those so I could go back and look at it.
We haven't been doing that for other commenters.
Well, that's because we had only 2, Donald.
Well, I'm saying just in general, it's that they made a public comment and that's all she says, and that it was given to the council. So I mean, it's going to be in the record.
Yeah, okay, I agree. But if we're going to go through 16 different commenters, theoretically on each one of these items, don't you think it would help if we knew what they were commenting on?
Janine Anderson submitted public comment on application 13, which was for LaCar's Legacy.
Great.
Second was Guy Anderson. That's
Guy Anderson submitted public comment on Nimbus Films.
Thank you.
The third public comment was from Bill George.
Bill George was also with Nimbus Films.
Thank you.
Fourth public comment is from Joanna Baisden.
Joanna Baisden is with the Sacramento Performing Arts Conservatory.
Thank you.
The fifth public comment received is from Eric Sweet.
Eric Sweet is with Robotics Evolution.
Thank you.
The sixth public comment is from Mackenzie Weiser.
Thank you.
She's with Sacramento Splash.
Right.
The seventh written public comment received is from Daniel Fong.
He's with the Mandarins of Sacramento.
And the last one, the eighth, is Maurice Anderson,
which was also LaCar's Legacy.
Thank you, Stacy. Now we'll transition over to Zoom and the telephone. At this moment, there are 11 raised hands, and we'll limit those to 2 minutes per Mayor Gatewood's direction. So we'll start with Larry Carmichael. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, Mayor Gatewood, Vice Mayor Terry, State Council members. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak concerning the Salvation Army's Community Enhancement Grant proposal. My name is Larry Carmichael. I serve as the Social Services Officer for the Salvation Army for all of Sacramento County, which allows for me to work closely with Lieutenants Hayun and Chong Kim, who are your local Rancho Cordova City Corps officers. The Salvation Army throughout Sacramento County was able to serve more than 109,000 persons last year with a holistic variety of services, everything from assistance with food, utilities, rent, emergency housing, PE classes, tutoring, and daycare for families needing childcare during essential worker and first responder periods, in addition to operating transitional housing programs for families and single adults. During 2020, despite the pandemic, we were still able to place more than 500 individuals into permanent housing, having also provided greater than 20,000 nights of emergency shelter. The Salvation Army has been serving Rancho Cordova and the greater Sacramento region for more than 130 years. We are dedicated to this community and playing our part in building and maintaining a strong and vibrant community. In our proposal, we are asking for your help in taking our mission to serve the community's unhoused populations to the street level. We are hoping to have the physical assets, an upfitted Sprinter van to come alongside the city and its homeless services outreach teams to build relationships, establish trust, and see our unsheltered friends choose shelter for themselves and their future. It is not our desire to duplicate services, but rather to partner with the great people of Rancho Cordova to move individuals quicker and quicker into supportive and transformational programs. It is our heart to meet individuals living on the streets of Rancho Cordova and guide them to a life of self-sufficiency. Thank you for considering our grant request and your continued support of the Salvation Army in Rancho Cordova. Please know I am available to answer any questions or concerns you might have, and that I welcome a future opportunity to conduct meets and greets with each of you and your offices and staff to further discuss how the city and the Salvation Army might partner for good. May God bless your efforts as you lead the Rancho Cordova community, and that concludes my comments.
The next speaker will be Dr. Daniel Fong. Dr. Fong, you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Council members, my name is Dr. Daniel Fong. I am the president and CEO of the Mandarins of Sacramento. I'm following in the footsteps of our past illustrious leader, Jim Tabucci, who has retired from the position as president. And Jim has led us into Rancho Cordova as our new home. And we just really are honored to call Rancho Cordova a new home with our Management Music Center just off of Business Park Drive. We provide a myriad of services. For many, many decades, we were the Mandarins Drum and Bugle Corps, which is a performing arts unit, semi-professional. And now we are providing and reaching out music education program all throughout the area. And as Stacy mentioned, the Elk Grove Unified does not provide music education for elementary school kids. So we have provided 4th through 6th graders at Sunrise and McGarvey Elementary Schools previous years with the music education program. We wish to continue that this coming year. The funding that we're asking for does provide for 30 students at each school, not only music education by qualified teachers, but also instrumental rentals and all the amenities like the books and the study materials, and also repairs of those instruments as needed. So I just want to finalize by saying we appreciate your support and want to continue this partnership. As you know, music education is an ongoing thing. So by continuing on, the current 4th and 5th graders at those schools can continue next year as 5th and 6th graders to get the benefits of the music education, to turn them into, of course, good citizens in the community. I just wanted to also invite all of you to our live open house event at our music center on July 11th. It's Sunday evening at 5 o'clock. We're going to have food, we're going to have live performances, and we'd love to meet you guys all in person.
Your 2 minutes
one final thing we'd like, thank you very much.
The next speaker is it Lena? Lena?
Good evening. Yeah, this is she.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Council. This is Lena Osalski with Rancho Endurance Sports. Thank you so much for taking the time to further discuss the Kids on Bikes project. And thank you to Stacy and Daniel for working with us and answering our slew of questions. The first time around, our grant was disqualified because there was a misunderstanding on our end that it would take place at a park, where it's not, since our shop is conveniently located right there on the Folsom Canal Trail. And we talked to both BARC and Saba, and the way that we are structuring the program is more from an education standpoint than it is for just providing an athletic event, because we will be able to work with these kids to teach them about it and work with the local law enforcement of how to properly ride bikes and how do you take care of them and how do you make it a hobby where it becomes a early prevention and intervention tool of certain stresses and possible other things that happen in life. And so with that, we'd love to really, as we plug into the Rancho Cordova community, is create an opportunity for the kids to be part of it, because they might see all these bikes, but sometimes having that access to the bikes is limited. And by us being able to buy these bikes at cost, we'll be able to provide this program not just in year 21-22, but all the years coming after that. Thank you.
The next speaker is Angie.
Good evening, council members. I'm Angie, the principal of Williamson Elementary School. Thank you for taking the time to hear my thoughts tonight regarding my grant request. I want to provide some extra information about added partnerships to support my request for a book vending machine at Williamson Elementary School. I have been a community partner with the UPS store in Gold River, and Eric, the owner, has raised money for my school through the Toys for Tots program for the past 2 years. We received about $3,000 worth of books from his customers' generous donations this year. I also recently, as in just a few weeks ago, received another offer of $4,000 worth of books from the UPS store in El Dorado Hills after he connected with Eric in Gold River. I was very honored for this generous donation. The owner, Ed, is an alumni, I can happily report, from Williamson Elementary, and his mother currently or still lives on Segovia Drive in Rancho Cordova. On top of these partnerships, the Kiwanis Club contacted me after the last city council meeting with another offer of books for my worthy students. These outstanding partnerships will help stock our book vending machine with books. I also have access to a small amount of funds through my PTA to offset the total cost of the book vending machine and the shipping costs. Should the city fund my revised amount of $3,000, I will take on the responsibility for making sure the vending machine is completely funded and in turn stocked with books each year through other funding streams. Thank you so much for your consideration this evening.
Next speaker is Joanna Baisden.
Thank you, Stacy. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, good. Thank you very much, everyone. I can tell from your comments that you are giving serious consideration to all of these proposals. I think maybe and you and I also can tell from your comments that you have received my previous email, and I'll be happy to answer any questions about that. But I'd like to talk about maybe the big picture here that we might be missing in answering the specific questions for the grant proposal. This proposal is for a Cordova Youth Orchestra, which actually serves a sizable number of students. We have over 100 applicants so far. Well, that's actually the application period closed April 30th. But more than that, this proposal seeks to make their music skills more visible in the community. So their would be for the benefit of all music students in Rancho Cordova, who would see the status of their skills and their talent elevated in the community, be for the benefit of the audiences of Rancho Cordova residents and the status of the city itself. Giving these students the media presence, a prominence equal to sports, making their skills look valued and visible, and showing them that there is a future in music, it gives them a place to go with their skills. They have established relationships with other students who have some musical interests. They are the stars of their own performances in the media proposals, media projects that this is going to fund. And they get to be mentored by music professionals so they can see that this is not just another thing that the schools are teaching them. It's a contribution to the community. It's a bridge, and it's a lifelong pursuit. In addition to being a star or a jewel in the Rancho Cordova city attraction. Thank you.
The next speaker is Janine Anderson.
Hello, good evening, council members and Vice Mayor Terry, and also Mayor Garrett. So I just wanted to talk about a little bit. Stacy had already mentioned that our team went back and crunched our numbers and so that we can get our grant ask down a little, as much as we possibly could, but we are seeking to get full funding. So when we went back and crunched our numbers, we made the following modifications. So we are going to do 50 puppet kits, and that gives us a cost savings of $700. We are going to scratch the gift cards, which will allow an additional $2,500 in savings, and also modified our youth stipends by $600. And I also took a look at the federal volunteer rates, as it is between $27.70 and $31.51, depending on whichever search engine that you may be using. And so we went with the independent sector, and it states that the FVR is at $28.54 currently. So with this in mind, our volunteers, our volunteer administrator and program manager, we're putting in about 30 hours each month, and we're only asking compensation for 10 of those hours, which when we look at it in the grand scheme of things, that's a cost savings of about $13,000, over $13,000. And so there would be a total cost savings for this program of about $18,000. So our modified ask is the $31,650 to fund our project fully. And we are also doing a higher level work than what we are currently doing in the community. And LaCars has a history with Rancho Cordova, and we want to continue the momentum in helping at-risk youth and their families. Thank you.
The next speaker is Nick. Nick, you'll have 2 minutes. Nick, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry.
That's okay.
Hello, Mayor and council members. This is Nick Buchan with the Bicycling Advocates for Rancho Cordova. I would like to speak in support of the proposal for Rancho Endurance Sports, number 54. And I can help clarify the difference between that proposal and the Saba and Bark proposal. Although the SABA and BARC proposal does have an education component, it is geared toward those for whom cycling is a needed form of daily transportation and already have some familiarity with riding. The proposed education courses are designed to build upon the cycling skills of riders, including how to safely navigate roads and other tips for safely commuting and riding. By contrast, the Rancho Endurance Sports proposal focuses on bicycle usage and safety specifically for children within the community. Therefore, more fundamental skills will be taught, including how to ride, how to wear protective gear correctly, etc. The proposed funding would also cover the purchase of a youth bike for each participant. BARC fully supports the Rancho Endurance Sports proposal. Thank you.
The next speaker is Eric Sweet. Eric, you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you, City Council, for hearing me this evening. We started at the City Council chamber with the Great Make Day, and we have grown our business and worked with a lot of schools, and our offerings are based on hands-on equipment, 3D printers and soldering irons. Time is limited in school already, and more so with COVID. There's a big break between elementary school, junior high, and high school. We're working to build pathways to engage kids into existing CPE programs, create the pathway for that. We're also working with our business partners, SBMA and Symbio, to provide internships and work with workforce development on beyond high school. The biggest problem that they've identified is the need for hands-on equipment. So that's why we're looking to take and send people home with 3D printers and soldering irons and get them in their hands so that we can do the training. And we included drones because it's engaging and there's a lot of activity around that, and there's already a community to support that. So we felt that our ask was originally to create the classes around that, and furthermore, we're planning a weekly call to make the ask available to a greater number of people beyond the 90 people we were seeking to send home with hands-on equipment that relates directly to industry equipment. Thank you for your time.
I'm sorry, Stacy, I need to ask which item he was supporting?
44.
Okay, thank you.
The next public comment will be from Mackenzie Weiser.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Mackenzie Weiser. I'm the CEO of Sacramento Splash. I'm here seeking support for the creation of youth environmental leadership camps. This will be a new program completely developed by Splash. We have partnered with Rancho Cordova over the past 20 years, providing stormwater pollution education and field trip programs for 16 classes per year that are funded through your stormwater fees. However, we're looking to create a brand new program that will, just like the previous caller, answer a clear need for environmental leaders within our region. We're looking to build a summer camp, a one-week immersive summer camp that will connect underserved youth with a mentor, and a mentor will work in the field, and the camper will be fully focused on the creation of a climate smart project in Rancho Cordova, a creek cleanup, a tree planting, a solar energy project, whatever the camper wants to do The sky's the limit as long as it's climate smart and implementable within 1 year in the city of Rancho Cordova. The students will be fully engaged for 1 week and then meet with the mentor 1 time a month for 2 hours after school. This is an extremely new program and it's very exciting and innovative. We're looking to create leaders for the community in the environmental space, and so SMUD will be partnering with us on this program, project development. We hope that you'll support us and continue to help us grow future environmental leaders through Sacramento Splash.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michael Mirando.
Thank you, Stacy. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor Gatewood and members of the City Council for your consideration in funding for the Nimbus Films proposal, to which I'm commenting on. I'm Mike Mirando. I'm a senior researcher with Nimbus, and I attended local schools here in Rancho Cordova, lived in the area for over 30 years, and I'm really excited to be part of this proposal that captures Rancho Cordova's unique history in a special documentary. For those who have seen our films, our documentaries give viewers a front row seat into history with all the trimmings, and they're professionally produced. They're broadcast on several PBS affiliates, including KVIE here in Sacramento. They're going to involve Rancho Cordova storytellers that share the stories and experiences of those pioneers who paved the way, the people that paved the way to what Rancho Cordova is today, an all-America city. Now, our proposed films brings community pride and an educational value add to the city that will only ripen the city's appreciation for your history, our history, not only for current residents, but those considering Rancho Cordova as their future home. This film can be used in marketing the city, especially in a post-COVID environment that we hope will be ending soon, but also in the classroom, in the boardroom, and beyond. Bill George, our president and producer and filmmaker, is here with us tonight, and so we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. But again, thank you for reconsidering our project this evening.
The next speaker is telephone number 1916804. And in just a moment, you'll have 2 minutes. And you have been unmuted.
Hello all, this is Faiza Mughal in Lincoln Village. I'm calling in support of application number 13, LaCar's Legacy Puppetry Art. So the project applicant is a resident in Lincoln Village. She works pretty hard in the community and she does great work. You know how I feel about residents putting in applications for community enhancement fund grants. It should be supported. I like that she did go back and revise her numbers, but I don't know if she can pull this off in an effective way at the reduced amount. So I'm advocating for further funding or increased funding for her project. Please and thank you.
The next speaker is Monica. Monica, you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for taking our comments. I'm calling in regards to item number 13 in favor of LaCar's Legacy. We are currently working within the community to provide art projects and art kits. We do about 60 a month, and we have, consistent members of the community coming and participating. And if we get the funding, if we're able to get the funding that we need for this program, we will be able to better serve the older youth that we are trying to reach and that are interested in our programs already. We are still also trying to just continue to encourage the young youth within our Lincoln Village area and Rancho Cordova, just to give them more things to do outside of school as well, because as you know, there's not much out there, and we have just built a bond with our members of the community. I've driven from Mather all the way to Sunrise, just to be able to hand out, these kits to try to reach those who are interested and to get them engaged. We had one of the children who was autistic, and it definitely helped. Her mom was super ecstatic about just her engaging more, being a little bit more vocal. So doing the hands-on for these projects definitely helps different situations that a child may be in in their education, and definitely helps them also with their social skills. And I do want to thank you for your time and in consideration. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jennifer Larrett.
Thank you, City Council, for considering RCSAC for possible funding. RCSAC is seeking to help our student athletes at Cordova High School by partnering with the school district and kind of encouraging more parental engagement at the school. So for the last 6 months, we've been working kind of hand in hand with the district to try to kind of show kind of how we could possibly reimagine how we can work with the school districts. So we've worked on a couple of projects. One of them was we cleaned out the boneyard at Cordova High, cleaned out old product and, got it all cleaned up. We moved some helped them move some sea tainers to create a safer environment down there. And then our big project that we worked on was the Cordova High weight room. Previously it had old Vista Del Lago equipment in there that had the Vista logos. So we partnered with the school district, and the school district provided recovering of the equipment and new banners. And then as a community, we went in and repainted the weight room, repainted the equipment, and re-decaled it with Cordova logoing and branding. So what we're looking to do is really try to kind of get a grassroots program going where we're engaging parents and teachers and high school coaches to support our athletes through academic programs. We're looking at developing some more robust tutoring programs, seeking to create programs where we can kind of engage our students more in our Rancho Cordova Promise program, develop a robust social media program where we can highlight our student athletes both academically and through their athletic achievements, and just really want to kind of like bring up Cordova High, what it used to be, and really kind of engage both our athletes and our students, and really create feeder programs between Mills and Mitchell to keep them here at Cordova by improving, both academics and athletics. So thank you so much for your consideration.
The next speaker is Shelley Blanchard.
Hi, City Council. This is Shelley Blanchard, Executive Director of the Cordova Community Council. Our application for installation of a digital sign for the Mills Arts and Culture Center speaks for itself. I just wanted to let you know that I am in the meeting and happy to answer your questions. And I also just wanted to underline our belief that this one-time request builds on previous investments by the city to evolve the MAC into a premier attraction in Rancho Cordova, which is located right across the street from the art-inspired civic center you are now planning and at ground zero of the art block identified in the art strategic plan adopted by you last year. So we look forward to working with your professional staff on this exciting upgrade to the beautiful, but hard to see among the trees, Mills Arts and Culture Center. Thank you.
The next speaker is Danny Langen.
Danny, you're still muted.
Sorry. Hello, Mayor and council members. I just wanted to outline a quick few things just to give you a little bit more information. Crossover Basketball is a basketball league that is provided just for kids, students, middle school and high school students all throughout the Rancho Cordova area, helping the lower social economic students through different ways, helping them stay physically active, giving youth ways to stay productive after school. And then it's also, we teach them about responsibility, confidence, faith, character. And the scholarship money would go towards providing 28 scholarships for players. And the one last thing that I would like to say is that the banquets we still would provide meals and trophy and the certificates and the T-shirts and MVP awards and character awards that the students do get after the end of the year banquet. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Tammy Vaughn.
Sorry. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Go ahead, Tammy.
Okay. Sorry. So I want to speak on behalf of the Cars Legacy. So I'm really into art. I did work for the school district. I was laid off. I was teaching art there, and so I heard about this art project that they do. And so I went and got some items, been getting them for the last month and a half, and I've been engaging with some kids that I tutor and also with my grandkids because they know I love art. So this was really a way to bond with them when they came down to visit. And I just think that this is a great thing. Art is a way of an expression, and I think with the funding, it can help out a lot, especially with the teens, which is in a good need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Gatewood, that is all the public comment that we've received.
All right. So let's eat this in bites of 4. Can you bring us back to the first 4, Stacy? Is that what we're on?
Yes.
Go back.
Jared, can I ask a process question before we just jump in like that?
Go ahead, Donald.
Just an overall budget question from the allocation that we agreed to in January-ish to what the record, because I'm looking at the 22-page staff proposal, or like staff report, excuse me. Because we've got requested, we've got the recommended, and then like of what we're about to talk about, how far over are we? I guess like in most years we usually kind of have a running total of, okay, if we're going to fund above the staff's recommendation, that's going to put us this much, so we need to save it somewhere else. So can you give us kind of the big picture as far as, like, are we, of what's pending that's being asked for? Are we 500,000 over? Are we 90,000 over? Like, what's our target number here?
Sure. To answer your question, it's more like 400,000, but I say that and then also say, we have the potential to address some of these, if council desires, through other funding mechanisms potentially, whether that's federal stimulus funding, whether that's potential under Measure R, whether that's nesting it under some of the buckets that have already been established. It could be accomplished by lowering potentially the amount that you give toward future legacy projects. So we have the ability to make things work. We just need to find out from council what is your desire, and then we can take the next few weeks to figure out how to move forward and still present you with a balanced budget. But it would change by about 400,000, give or take, because some of these items were already recommended for funding And it would really depend on if you went up to the full amount or not.
Okay. But it's about 400, but they're okay. Okay.
All right. So,
Could be lower.
Stacy, do you have who pulled it?
I'm sorry, Mayor Gatewood, I didn't hear what you said.
Say again?
I didn't hear what you just asked.
Do you have who pulled it?
Who pulled the items, you're saying?
Who pulled each item?
Yeah.
Initially?
Yes.
I don't recall offhand. I think
All right.
Nimbus potentially
We'll just
was.
have to volunteer.
Yeah, we'll just go down each one. So let's
keep in mind, Jared, it took a majority of the council to pull something. So in theory, it could be a conglomeration of 3 or 4 or 5 people that wanted to do it.
Okay. So let's start with we'll start with number 2. Nimbus Film Documentary. She's not recommending funding.
And Donald, I wanted to thank you for that. Thank you for that comment, Donald, or that question about budget. I think this year there's more flux and oddness this year than any other year.
Yeah, I guess
category with Measure R sort of coming, and then the big one is of course COVID relief, and some of the things we're approving here could potentially be funded by that. We just don't know yet.
Yeah.
So to clarify, we're $400K above budget?
Yes, Siri.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's why I think there's more than one direction to give with some of these. Would be like there's a staff recommendation to not fund it or to fund it or however we do it, and you could, in theory, you could say just keep looking at this and see if you can fund it somewhere, and then maybe take the next 2 months to figure that out, and then maybe you even have a bucket that says, okay, we can't fund these yet, but we'll fund, we'll continue to look to see if we can fund them in the future with alternative funding even too, right? Because we said what we wanted to do with Measure R, and some of these would fit with being economic development or job creation and a couple other things too. So I don't know. So I just wanted to throw it out there that 400,000 is a fairly squishy number when it comes to the other funding sources that we just don't know what I mean, the federal stimulus funds are as much as all of Measure H. So, and we don't really know what the rules are yet.
So how do you want to do it, guys? Should we? Okay, so let's think about this. Are we gonna say pull the item completely, or are we gonna say bucket it and now let's see, because we have 4 other options to get money out of it. What are we thinking?
Mr. Mayor, may I suggest an approach here?
Go ahead, Cyrus.
My thought is that if the council could go through this discussion possibly 4 at a time, based on the merits of the project and whether the council supports that or not. I think to Council Member Terry and Sanders' comment, if the project has merit and receives council support, we have additional sources of funding, and that gives us an opportunity to explore other options and see, and we can bring a recommendation back to you.
I have a question. If we fund these and then you figure out that you can pull them from other places, would that money then free itself up? Even if we said yes to it?
I think the comment is that if you support and base one of these programs and projects on its merits, we can come back to you once we get additional guidelines on the COVID relief with some funding recommendations. I think, the reality is that the bottom line is the same. It doesn't, we have various sources of funding, and whether we move a project from one source of funding, one bucket to another bucket, is almost immaterial. That's why we were hoping to focus the discussion tonight on the support from the council and the merits of the program, the project.
All right. I hear you. Let's move on. Okay, guys. Number 2, Linda, you had your hand raised. Go ahead.
Garrett, thank you. And I'm sorry, I got to be gone for a few minutes. So I am in strong support of items 2, 10, and 11. I'm in support of item 11 because they are already serving Rancho Cordova kids. I'm in support of item 10 because obviously the Mandarins are a really important organization around here. And if Elk Grove School District decides to fund all 48 of their elementary schools, then they would return that money to the bucket, and Stacy would be able to disperse it out to other locations. But I want to speak to the Nimbus Films documentary.
Okay.
Shelley and I have been working with these guys, and this is an incredibly professional organization. And you all have received links to all of their different programs that have been shown, not only just on Channel 6, our local PBS station, but also on other PBS stations around the country. The one they did on the Transcontinental Railroad is the one that I have watched most, and I was incredibly impressed with the professionalism of their research, and they actually gave me some tips about Leesdorf and Folsom that connected to Abraham Lincoln and the way in which this whole area, which the ownership of this whole area transitioned back in the 1844, 1848, 1864 era, that I have put into the discussion of Rancho Cordova history that I give to our leadership class and to our kids at City Hall. So I strongly support this request. We do not need to solicit for a documentary. This is a very professional group of people. They're the proof is in the pudding, and it is scheduled so that it would coincide with Rancho Cordova's 20th birthday. And I'm going to be gone for a couple of minutes. Thank you, Garrett.
All right, thank you. All right, so that's 3 yeses. Hey, Linda, what do you think about 13 before you go?
You know, Garrett, it is difficult for me to not support anything that has to do with the arts community, simply because I think the arts community has brought an incredible dimension to Rancho Cordova, which we would not have had otherwise. But I'm not sure about this organization. Several years ago, during leadership, I brought one of our local residents, a Sun River resident, to our leadership class to demonstrate puppetry. And these were like 4-foot-tall puppets. And they do this professionally. And they've been doing it without a request for city funding. Not that we had city funding at that point in time. But I realize I have a lot of support. I'm just not sure about this organization.
Sure. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you, Garrett.
All right, so I got 3 yeses.
There's 3 yeses for what?
Do I have, huh?
For, you
I'm
have...
going to say yes, I'm sorry, a yes on 2, a yes on 10, a yes on 11, and maybe on 13. David, what are you thinking? On 2.
I'm just confused, Garrett, I'm just confused. Linda weighed in on all of them. How did you get to 3 on any of them?
No, 3 yeses, meaning yes on 2, 10, and...
Oh,
no.
I see what you're saying.
You're doing the wrong
3
math,
different
up and down, not perpendicular.
Okay, gotcha.
All right, David.
I have wanted some documentary film for Rancho Cordova purposes for about 20 years. So sorry it took so long for this to get in or for us to fund it, but yeah, 2 is a go. I would also like to think what's the step beyond that, and that may be a call for proposals beyond that. We need to frame our own space in Rancho Cordova, what we are, where we've been. This is a key way to how we do that. So I agree with 2. 10 and 11, I also support. Okay. 10 gave me a little heartburn because the hard part, being from the older part of Rancho Cordova as I am, is you see all these kids without access to music education, and you see struggling classes at Cordova, where somehow I think in middle school land, music education falls apart. And so it's hard to say, well, let's focus extra dollars on the schools that have the wealthiest parents and not on the schools that have the poorest parents. That's what was problematic for me looking at this. Now, I understand the Mandarins have this association with the Elk Grove School District. They're comfortable doing that. My challenge to them would be, don't just limit yourself to that neighborhood. Let's take this citywide. What do we need to do to take this citywide? And I think Program 11 here does part of that, except they're not, of course, as broad a program as the Mandarins are mounting in Dose Elementary School. This is a little more selective. There's not as many kids. It's not quite as universal, but still really, really cool and important. So I think I support 2 through 10 as they're listed here as requests. I think I would also support the recommendation for the LaCars puppetry. This is a first-year funding for them. Let's see how they do, and then after that, sky's the limit.
All right. Excellent, David.
Oh, and on the music front, we've got enough little music things and have had enough little music things floating around. We probably need to think about this like citywide. How do we do music? What's the best way to do this? It's feeling kind of hit and miss right now.
Okay. Terry?
I'm in alignment with staff recommendation on 2, 10, and 11. On number 13, this is a community enhancement budget. This is a proposal that has come together from somebody in the city, and in the comments that I heard today, I heard a few folks speaking up for this particular project, and it actually serves, again, the youth. It serves the youth of Rancho Cordova, and it's got lots of sessions. And I think in order to make that happen, I would recommend that we go at least $5,000 higher on number 13.
Okay. Donna, do you want me? Can I go next?
Sure.
Okay. So I'm always big on marketing pieces for a city, because that's how you push a city, is by showing very cool marketing pieces, and hopefully we'll have exclusive rights to cut, edit, and chop this up and send that out. So that's a yes on that one. I was a band nerd, or a band consommé, so I'm big on band in any way we can get it. And if there's a way that I can grow this into, like, if we can tickle their fancy by granting them this money with the guarantee that they're also going to go talk to Folsom Cordova and hopefully Sac City Unified, we would love that, guys. There's no reason to stop there. You have our full support, and band happens to be one of those things that us nerds use besides sports. So we love it. Love that. Orchestra, I'm told you band nerd. And then number 3. So you guys probably don't know this, but the group that Linda's talking about, I think, is the American Assistant League of Sacramento. So my mom is the one that runs the puppet shows in Lincoln Village. So she's watching. So I'm 100% in the puppet show family. So I'm very excited. Is someone from the puppet show here? Can you tell me, are you going to do the ones like the Assistant League did, where they talked about the fire and they built the whole things, because the full puppets? Because if not, that's the I want to make sure you have enough to be able to execute this. I don't know which one that was. I can't
Mayor Gatewood, you have a hand raised.
Oh, excellent. Can you get them? I can't.
Janine.
Tricky. All right, hold on. Janine?
Yes. Hi, Mayor. Hi, Mayor.
Hi.
Yes, we are actually. I don't know if you guys have the pictures of the actual puppets. So they are about 4 foot. So they'll have the hands, the half body, all of that. And our focus is going to be on, as far as when we do the script portion, the theatrical portion is about community, anti-bullying, community engagement, being effective leaders, things like that.
All right. Thank you so much. So just so you guys know, my mom did stop, drop, and roll for all the citizens in Rancho Cordova and the different schools. The 911 calls, all that was all my, so I support all 4 of those. Donald, what do you think?
Well, going last, I think everybody's voted yes on everything. No, so yeah, I would echo what I've heard about number 2. I would say for number 10, I think a couple things to redirect. I think the comments that I just heard one, let's remember, and David, I would agree with you, the lion's share of Measure H, especially for these grants, is going into our more economically challenged neighborhoods. No question about it. But let's also recognize the fact that there are other neighborhoods that are more affluent that are also paying this tax. And some of the conversations have been that is Measure H benefiting the taxpayers as well that are actually, funding the bill for some of this stuff. And we've had great comments from the principals and the educational community in Elk Grove Unified about the fact of our support. And again, it pales in comparison to other parts of the city. So there's that standpoint. The other thing is the challenge really shouldn't be laid at the feet of the mandarins for expanding the program. The challenge needs to be laid at the feet of Sac City Unified and Rancho Cordova, who have frankly just paid their own staff to try to cobble together their own programs and not reach out to, third party and outside organizations that might be willing to work with them. Elk Grove Unified, has accepted the fact that they're not good at everything and have worked with outside organizations like the Mandarins to run their music programs. And so as much as we would love to see them, this isn't the Mandarins' problem to get over. It is Rancho Cordova and Sac City Unified that need to choose to stop paying themselves to do programs and start working with other organizations to expand their programs. And so I'm fully in support of number 10, but I do just want to kind of, point out that this is something that those school districts need to get their brains wrapped around, working with groups like the Mandarins. I'm supportive of number 11. I'm supportive of number 13. I think at this point, the funding is in line with other organizations getting funding through the Performing Arts program. I would again tag this like we did the other item that if we have recaptured funds, if they get far enough along and there's still the need for additional funding and it's available, that we could make a consideration of that maybe in the fall. But I think this gets them started, and then hopefully, and this is something that we kind of challenge everybody, is that, these grants shouldn't be all-encompassing of everything. So, I hope there's an expectation that this organization also is engaging in fundraising, like a lot of other organizations, because one of the things that we've tended to do in the past is rank higher those organizations that can leverage our funding for additional funding. So hopefully between this, they can go out and find some corporate or private dollars that might fill whatever gap is existing here, which hopefully is then, adding private investment into our city as well, while getting hopefully the lion's share of the funding from the city. So at this point, I would be comfortable with the staff's recommendation funding level, and again, putting this in the bucket of if there's additional resources or we can reroute resources, this is one that we should look at fully funding at some point.
Right. Next.
Well, so in the last time we voted on each of these, so when we did the first two, are we?
Do you want to vote? Because we got four yeses on everything.
So what I heard council state is that you're recommending funding of $57,500 to Nimbus Film, $22,000 to Mandarin, $9,950 to Sacramento Performing Arts Conservatory, and then $19,000 to LaCar's Legacy. So
correct.
I'd like to put that request again. If we could increase number 13, $5K more than they've asked, $19K plus $5K. Can we see if the council would agree to that? Mr. Mayor?
Okay. Do I have a second? All right. So what we'll do is we don't have a second, but we'll put that on the possible bucket for if we have extra money for the LaCar group. All right, next grouping.
If you could just vote on that, please, before we move to the next slide.
Adam.
Yeah. So why don't I make a motion to accept the staff recommend for these four, I believe it would be accept the staff recommendation, including funding number 11 at the requested amount.
And number 2. So
staff is not recommending number 2.
Okay, so So, okay, my motion would be to fund requests 2, 10, and 11 at the requested amount and the staff recommended amount of 13. With the direction that if there becomes available funding to explore the possibility of fully funding that request.
Second.
Great. Can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Sander,
Aye.
Councilmember Budge. I think she might have stepped
Did we
away.
lose her?
I think she stepped away for a minute. Councilmember Pulapati.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Terry.
Aye.
Mayor Gatewood.
Yep.
Councilmember Budge, are you there? No. Okay.
Next slide, please, Persephone. So these are all the sports-related items that were pulled for further discussion, Council.
All right. I got some, I'm going to go and kick this off. So the Rancho Cordova Student Athletic Coalition, Cordova High School Athletic Improvement, is that the one that you wanted to start the group with, David? Or is that to try to fix the fact that we got the hand-me-downs?
Yeah, this is the one that kind of started like a booster club. That was the intent.
Okay.
And I was involved in saying, hey, we need a booster organization at Cordova High.
Okay.
It grew way beyond that in a very positive way. And so their request there, that 292, that would basically be the sort of amount that we've been using to support Cordova sports. And they said, run it all through us. Staff said, well, wait, let's do 50 through you because you're doing some additional stuff. And then let's do the rest through the other channels. So you see the 203 below and the 203 below. My request would be that we combine basically 4, 20, and 21 into a pool, and that there's a cooperative joint effort between school district, the Student Athletic Coalition, that is a booster club plus alumni kind of organization, plus coaches, and the city. Sit down, come up with a priority list of what we want to do, figure out who's best suited to do it, and then use these resources to fund it. In addition to other stuff, the school district has resources. The Student Athletic Coalition Booster Club will have resources. So everyone comes with resources, manpower, connections, abilities. This is our contribution to that effort. So I would say fund it the way it's been requested. Fund it the way it's been recommended, but just in a way that is more cooperative than is outlined here.
Which, so the 203 or the 292?
If you want to make one pot, I would suggest it'd be 292. But if you want to split it up, between 4, 20, and 21, that adds up to 253. So you guys understand what the needs are like there, and what our purpose was in funding this was to try to level the playing field a little bit with the other end of the school district and provide equal opportunities for these students versus the other end. So this is like what we talked about, where I'm not going to say like if someone had put like used gym equipment in our school. I'm wincing a little bit, yeah.
With someone else's name on it and said it was new and then didn't even paint it. This is the fun. This is basically, we're building our own booster club. And this is our chance. We're going to tilt up an organization. Do we have the people already identified? They're going to help us keep this going, or?
You heard from one of them tonight. Okay. Conrad Mayer is another one who you would know. There's a lot of alumni that are actually, a couple represented in other proposals here tonight. So these are known people in the community, plus a lot of coaches from Cordova and alumni from Cordova.
Because I would like it if we could do something like Donald said, like it's the funding and to keep the funding rolling, whereas they're going to do the crab feed. They're the ones that are going to do the things that happen on the other side of the Folsom Cordova school district that allow us to even out, so we can have jerseys that don't have numbers fall off of them.
Yeah.
So that would be that group. That's this.
Yeah,
group.
My frustration, and I think yours, Garrett, is that you'd think an athletic director at Cordova would sort of manage that bigger picture. I think the problem is bigger than they can handle, or perhaps it's beyond the scope of what a normal athletic director would do at a high school. And we're also talking about middle schools here, so Mills and Mitchell. This would allow kind of a community-wide coordinated approach to that problem.
So if, like, let's say the soccer coach of Mills didn't have jerseys and showed up with ripped jerseys, they would then go to this group and say, hey, I need $5,000 for new jerseys so Rancho looks right. And
yes,
is that
and
kind of
ideally
the thing?
this group would already have a list of who needs uniforms when.
Okay. Is this our way that we always talked about getting money to the schools for athletics so we look the part, like not sharing singlets and stuff?
Yeah. You know, every year we've done this, every year since we became a city, honestly, we have tried to find ways to do this, and we keep iterating it and changing it and finding better ways to do it. So this is my best take now on how to do it.
Okay. So this is like our bucket that we talked about. So would we be controlling the bucket, or are we just going to dump the bucket into a group like we did for the Cordova Community Council and kind of hands off?
I think it's a Cyrus and a city staff, and I'm perfectly happy to volunteer to serve a moderating role there, if that's what's appropriate.
Okay. Hey, Donald, what do you think?
Well, that last part, David, I would tell you, I would strongly suggest to you that the council stays at the policy level and the allocation level and not at the implementation level, just safer. This is my 2 cents. I like the concept. You know, I guess in the first few years of Measure H, I think we picked and choose based on the proposals that were coming along. So it was helmets one year, and I think it got really messy after a while, where you had every coach was asking for their uniforms and their track equipment and their, weight room and whatever. And so we kind of challenged the school district. And when we're talking about sports, I think mainly we're talking Pulse Cordova because that's where our middle schools and high schools are. You know, we do have a high school in Sac City Unified, although that's not probably as much of a focus around sports. But we do have students that are attending the other school districts that are obviously engaged in sports. And so I guess my challenge, just like I think some of you challenged the Mandarins, is this organization, I don't have a problem with it starting with Pulse Cordova, but I would challenge this organization that they need to be, if they're going to be the middle school, high school youth sports entity, that it needs to move beyond Pulse Cordova. This needs to be the citywide. How do you engage? How do we figure out to have a scholarship fund for the kid that can't afford the wrestling singlets and headgear or shoes to play football that are going to Pleasant Grove? This needs to be, if this is going to be city funded, then it needs to be citywide, not a given school district. So I'm challenging this organization that long term this needs to be more than just Pulse Cordova. And if it is, I'm much more in support of that concept than to say we're skipping the school district and all the principals and everybody and having this entity be the for lack of a better word, the rainmaker when it comes to youth sports that are scholastic in nature, right? So we're not talking Little League, we're not talking girls softball and those other youth sports leagues. We're talking the scholastic sports would go through here. So I'm supportive of the concept. My concern here is the dollar amounts that we're talking about, and are we getting ourselves into a multi-year at this level? Which I'm not necessarily concerned. That, odds are if we went back and counted, that's probably roughly what we were doing between football helmets and other assets that were coming through. And so I'm not super concerned, except that that's a lot of money to sit out there. And if we start this, we better be ready to continue to do it. And what part of that I would say to push for staff in the next 6 months to a year, how much of that is infrastructure for this organization to also figure out how to engage private philanthropic dollars to match what we're doing or to come up with something else? Because, when we talked about Measure H and in the concept of it, even in the campaign of it, part of the argument that we were making was when you look at the schools in Pulse Cordova and you compare those to the schools in Folsom, even when we were talking Elk Grove Unified with those 2 elementary schools, sure, they can raise some money, but they cannot do what Vista del Lago and Folsom are doing when it comes to their booster clubs, right? And the kinds of resources that they can bring to bear. And again, we saw that full force when they went out and just basically raised the money for their new gym equipment. And all of a sudden Cordova High gets new gym equipment, and it's the other high schools, leftovers. So I guess I'm supportive of the idea. I guess my other question would be that I want to make for darn sure that this organization doesn't end up funding something that the school district had the ability to, but they're not collaborating together. So again, that would be my big concern, because David, they're one of the only school districts in this region that has their own athletic director at the district level, and you're saying they still can't figure it out. Well, if we're putting this kind of cash injection into this problem, which I'm supportive of, I want to make sure that we're spending the school district's money first. This is the extra money that comes in after that, right? Because I know a lot of times, and one of the reasons that we ask superintendents to rank these things is they started asking us for it, and then when we gave it to the superintendent said, why the hell are they asking you for that? I've got a budget for that. I could pay for those jerseys. I could pay for this, but they weren't the next one in line. So I'm supportive of it with kind of all those caveats, and hopefully somebody wrote some of that stuff down, because at some point I guess I'll go back and look at this video. But, I'd like to hear come late fall kind of what happened with this and where are they with again, some of those items. And again, to me, the most important thing is if this is going to become the scholastic funding mechanism for the city, then we need to also figure out how students outside of Folsom Cordova access these funds.
Well, let me comment. I think I agree with basically everything you just said, but I don't think I was clear enough in my description. So the way this would work is the city would have money and some ability to do stuff, but I think our main contributions can be money. We're a third of the people sitting at the table. The alumni, parents, coaches, that's another third of the people sitting at the table. That's that organization you see there. And then, of course, there's the school district. Now, they probably have the most resources of anybody at the table, but they're not quite as flexible as ours. So the idea is all 3 of us put all of our goals, wishes, desires on the table. We agree on the facts. We prioritize them among these 3 groups, and then we figure out, okay, who can do what? And school districts can be able to do a bunch of stuff on the list. But the process of going through the list with the community and with us kind of opens this up. So it's not just relying on one person at the school district, and I hope he saw that thing to do the right thing. It's more of a discussion. How are we all in on this? And the goal is that this organization can then, that's referenced here, can then go off and make more money through various fundraising activities. School district gets to maximize what they're doing by taking care of, by allowing, more efficiency either through this organization or through the city. So I view it as a collaborative. I think it'll probably be a little bit messy to start, as that might be. But my hope would be that you could extend it then to every student in Rancho Cordova. How exactly you do that, I don't have that figured out yet. But as we sort this out with Cordova, I think, and the middle schools, I think a route to do that might become obvious, where those schools that our students attend could ask us for assistance with something to benefit our students.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, may I add?
I'll give you my input on these.
Go ahead.
I'd be fine with the 203. I'd be fine with the staff recommendation of 20 for 15, and I would be fine with the staff recommendation for 10,000 for 19.
Okay. So let me go ahead and hit mine. So I, along with agreement I would love to tilt this up, and I'd love a way to include all of Rancho, because I think that's going to be a big benefit to us. So I think we have the right idea, and, because we're going to have, unless something changes, 2 to 3 school districts basically operating in our city with actual junior highs and high schools in a very short amount of time. So we need to be inclusive of all those, because that will allow us more money capabilities, more fundraising capabilities, and really an excellent thing. So on 19, I would like to actually get the full amount. So one, you guys know I have a passion for basketball, and this happens to be one of my only basketball things that's actually in the city. And the reason is lower socioeconomic groups. This happens to be the sport, along with soccer, that's the most easily doable. And this would really benefit, and I think it would really help a lot of our kids, because basically this is the lower socioeconomic groups. They come out and they play basketball, and they feel included. And this year we're trying to go get, which would be amazing, a Kings player to actually come, or this group's trying to go get some professional player to come talk to our kids. This is our lowest socioeconomic group in our cities that tend to play these basketball leagues. There's the free leagues. And the cool part would be bringing in a professional sport and actually having him come talk to us. We don't get a lot of this. We don't have basketball as one of our major things because we don't usually have the facilities to do it. And they're nice enough to open it up. And I think it's worth our time, since honestly, we're even doing comp band at this point, and we're giving them money. I would like to see this group be funded at the $20,000 mark. And then I would love to see us, because I think Rancho Cordova on 15, the Rancho Cordova Track Club, I just think that it's a new group. I think we should give the bucket the full $5,000 and let them run with it. No intent and purposes, being that they're the track group. And it's one of those things that's another one of those groups that's barely touched, but is going to build us that second tier coming in. And I see it as a great one that falls directly right underneath the RCAA. That's my opinion. David, where are you at?
Cyrus, I don't know if you wanted to comment on that partnership arrangement that I was describing before. Cyrus has been involved in discussions here as well.
Okay.
Thank you, David. Sure. I think what I would like to reiterate, this really sets the stage to create a very strong collaborative approach to solving many of the needs within our schools. I think it not only provides for coordination, but also improved communication, understanding the needs, and bringing additional resources to the table. I think, as Councilmember Sander explained, we're not expecting that this group or our funding will solve all the problems. The school also has some resources that they have long-range plans and strategies to deal with some of the projects and in the shortcomings that they need to fix. But this gives it a more coordinated and collaborative approach in solving those problems. For that reason, I think this is a great model. We're at the very initial stages of the conversation. I think we need to continue the dialogue, but so far, through the discussions and the dialogues that we've had, we've really been able to strengthen the understanding and broaden and expand our understanding of the needs. And it has, I think it has great promise for the coming years.
Okay. So David, give me fours. Are you good with four? Is that yes? What are we doing?
I would fund 4 at 50.
Okay.
I would fund 20 and 21 fully. I guess that's 203, 250.
Okay.
Number 15, Rancho Cordova Track Club. So this is coming out of our Youth Sports Growth and Startup Fund. I don't know what the balance is in that fund. I think it might be 30,000. Cyrus or Stacy, I'm not certain. I can tell you though that Rancho Cordova Youth Basketball, which was supposed to launch last year but got COVIDed, is now organizing again to launch this year. And the problem will be that we will overtax that startup fund in a given year. If we have the track club, which has already started, and a basketball club, which we now have a facility identified, if those two go at the same time, we will overtax that amount. So we might need to bump up that startup fund for this year. Probably like from 30 to 50 or something to be safe. And then I want to talk later about COVID impacts. That might be another item we could discuss. It wouldn't necessarily impact the enhancement fund, but it's certainly in this milieu of funding. And finally, the middle school and high school basketball, the program at River City, that's a great program. I would support the mayor's suggestion at 20 there.
Appreciate that. Linda, favorite person?
I'm good with all the recommendations. David is accurate. For like the first 10 years of cityhood, we would get solicited by every coach of every team over at Cordova High, and which was really sad if you think about it in the picture. But it sounds like this is a way to coordinate all of the needs and get them addressed, and I appreciate that.
All right, Siri.
In alignment with staff recommendation on 4, 20, and 15, and I support the full amount on number 19.
Thank you, Siri. You're amazing. All right, staff. So let me just go through it, and we have a yes. We have 4. So there's some changes to the overall plan for the 20 and 21 and 4. I don't know how to put that into a yes vote.
Here, Garrett, I'll make a motion.
I think Bridget.
I believe what I heard was if we combined 4, 20, and 21, the total funding amount would be 253, 250. So I'll make a motion for that amount, 253, 250.
Okay.
I believe I also heard for the staff recommendation of 20 for 15, so I'll include that at 20,000, and the full request of 20,000 for 19. So again, moving 4, 20, and 21 at 253, 250, 20,000 for item 15, and 20,000 for item 19.
Okay. Now, David, you did say we're going to need to put more in a bucket. What bucket was that?
We have a startup sports fund bucket, or youth sports growth and startup fund bucket. I think, Cyrus, that's been 30 every year. Stacy, is that what you?
Yeah, I think it's about 30. And Mayor, Council Member, I think what I can add to it, we have that bucket identified as 30,000, but we also have some flexibility within the program. If there is a need for additional startup funding, I think it's a good problem to have, and we've been able to solve it. So I don't think it's really that 30,000 limits you. In fact, if there was a need to start another basketball league or another sports activity, very unlikely that we would say no and keep the cap. We will find a way to, even if it needs to come back to the council to modify or adjust some of the funds.
All right.
Okay.
David, can we talk offline about the basketball bucket? All right. I have second for Vice Mayor Donald Terry's, and so I'm going to ask for a roll call.
Do you have a second?
Me.
Who'd you have a second from?
Me.
Oh, you. Okay.
Councilmember
Roll call.
Sander? Councilmember Sander?
Aye.
Councilmember Budge?
Aye.
Yes.
Councilmember Pulapati?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Terry?
Aye.
Mayor Gatewood?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. It is 10 o'clock. Are we going to try to power through another 8, or what are we feeling, guys?
Yeah, well, some of these are on the next slide we covered. So, I mean, well, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the staff's recommendation, but
Okay,
I'm not looking for slides.
I mean,
Theory?
due diligence, I think we should give it time. It's been a long day. My day started at 6 a.m., so it's been a really long day for...
Thank you, Siri. Thank you.
I'm pretty sure you guys have a long day, too. So I'd like to give the rest of the request due diligence and request another meeting.
Okay.
Council, Mr. Mayor, may I make a suggestion?
You may make that a suggestion.
Okay, we're planning on a council work session on May 11th. It's next Tuesday.
Okay.
Our goal was to talk about focus on Measure R funding and some of the suggested programs. Can we continue to combine that, the continuation of this discussion with that item?
I think that's a great idea. Do I have to take a vote for that, or can we just say that?
You're here.
As long as I have a thumbs up.
Okay, we're good. Let's do it on May 11th.
Okay.
All right.
And Mr. Mayor or Stacy Cyrus, I'm not sure. We've always had a spot for council-initiated projects. I emailed you guys a list today. It's not really just community enhancement. It blurs over into COVID. Just a few things I've been thinking about or working on. So I don't know when we want to mention those.
I think that would be a good topic for May 11th. Why don't we
Tuesday?
just,
that's fine.
So we could cover that holistically.
Yeah.
Because there may be some
good.
overlap. I think based on what I've heard and what I've seen, there may be some overlap not only with some of the Measure R discussions, but also with the stimulus funding.
Yeah, well, and although, David, I would just point out that, as we have those conversations in January at that first workshop, and again, with COVID and everything, obviously ideas come to us whenever they do, but as we're starting the budget cycle, that's usually the best time before we even get to these to start fleshing out, even if we don't know what the hell it's going to cost, just start throwing ideas at stuff. But that's normally been not a May discussion. It's like a January, February discussion for those.
Yeah, 2 of these happened last week, basically. It's like an opportunity.
There's no way to predict those, right? So
that's the hard part. That's actually the hard part of this whole cycle, right?
Well,
we fund stuff. We say, hey, go do it in this year. And then it's like, oh, rush to get it done in the year because the next application's due. And oh, my. And then stuff comes up off season.
I swear that's how it's going to be, I think, for the next 18 months is that, and that's why I hope a lot of these grantees that even if we, you were hoping for more funding, maybe you're not getting it. Like there right now, there's so many different areas of revenue that it's really unpredictable to figure out where it's from. But, for, a worthy cause, we might be able to find the funding. We just don't know where it's coming from yet. This isn't the only place. So bear with us as we continue to work on it.
All right. So are we going to try to do scooter share? Are we going to get into that one, or are we going to push that?
Well, I think we had a project proponent that's from the East Coast.
Oh, okay.
I need to ask staff if they're still on the line and prepared to make a presentation.
Oh, I feel so bad. East Coast?
Yeah,
Cyrus.
so
I
I hope
this before this. Oh. Hey, staff, are they still here?
Yes.
I think, just...
oh, they are? Okay. Can we...
And Council, for 12.3 on the communication update, we propose that we postpone that to the next meeting, next regular council meeting on May 7th.
Hey, guys, we're going to... the guy that stayed up till midnight, because it's 1 a.m. right now in East Coast, let's at least hear him, so I feel bad. Are you guys okay with that? We'll bust through it real quick. I'm going to ask the city clerk to announce the subject real quick. Stacy? I feel so bad.
Scooter Share Micro Mobility Contract with White Fox Scooters for a 1-year pilot program.
Awesome. Can I go ahead and have Stefan and Byron do staff report?
Good evening, Mayor Gaywood, City Council members, and Cyrus. This is Byron, and I'm Senior Civil Engineer with the Public Works Department, and I'm here with Stefan, Housing Manager, also City of Rancho Cordova, and we're here to present the White Fox Scooters presentation that you see last month. And we're also here with Sid and Matthew from White Fox, here to answer any questions. Next slide, please. So quick goals for today's presentation. We're going to bring back the item from the April 5th council meeting. It's a very condensed version of the presentation. And then we're going to have a staff recommendation and solicit feedback from council and answer any of the questions you had, the interesting questions and comments you had towards White Fox. Next slide, please. So just a brief summary, White Fox reached out to the city in October 2020. They're headquartered in New York and were operating in 3 cities in New Jersey at the time. They've now since expanded, and they are operating in Newark, New Jersey, and the 2 other locations you see on the slide. Next slide, please. What is unique to White Fox is they have a docked scooter model, and they require their scooters to be docked where they can be charged in these docks. And they are modular, and there are a bunch of options like sanitizing and helmet lockers. Next slide, please. The map you see in front of you is the draft proposal. It is draft, it is not final, and the location of the docks have also not been finalized, and there is flexibility, and we will work with White Fox to determine the location, along with your comments and questions that you had. Next slide, please.
All right, thank you, Byron. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Stephen Heisler, Housing Manager for the city. Again, these are the bullet points we went over in April of contract highlights, so I won't go over all of them again, but just to rehash for our memory, it is a 100% docked electric scooter, no bike. It is not requesting any grant funding or operational subsidy from the city. Minimum of 5 docks, 25 scooters, and maximum of 80 docks, 400 scooters. We'll work with White Fox to mutually determine the locations of docks. We're looking at a 12-month initial term. This is providing exclusive rights to White Fox for the first 12 months and negotiable in the future. And we have the right to terminate if there's no implementation within the first 6 months. So the real reason why we're bringing this back is you had some questions for the vendor on April 5th that we weren't able to answer. So Sid and Matt are here from White Fox to answer some questions. We have a few that were raised on April 5th, so they'll go ahead and cover these, and then we'll open it up for any other council questions that you have this evening.
Yeah, thanks, Stephen, and good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Happy to give some color on some of these questions here, specifically on the docked model versus the more common dockless approach. So we did a full and thorough study on the dockless model when it first originated a few years ago and came out to the West Coast. We realized that there, although it came with some positive aspects, it did have a lot of negative consequences that it came with as well. And they kind of primarily were in 3 major buckets. One being safety, with a lot of pedestrian safety and traffic hazards. Very unreliable and inconsistent user experience, with the scooters being hard to maintain and keep fully charged at all times, since they're all scattered in various different places, and hard access to helmets. In our model, with a dock-to-dock approach, it solves a lot of these issues, and we also have a proprietary helmet locker solution coming out pretty soon as well, so users can grab a helmet completely free of charge at each and every docking station. In terms of sustainability, which was a second bucket of issues, we saw that the dockless model had a lot of lost and stolen scooters, a lot of misuse, mistreatment, and vandalization, as well as the use of freelance laborers to charge and maintain the scooters. With our model, we use all our employees, and also we've seen a lot less lost and stolen vehicles and a lot less misuse, mistreatment, and vandalization, causing increased lifespan of our vehicles and increased sustainability. And finally, less externalities. So we saw that in markets that were supposedly close to bodies of water, we saw data to show that scooters were either left by the water and the wind blew, or other externalities that caused the electric vehicles to fall into the water, causing increased city resources, and definitely not ideal for an environmentally friendly solution. So with an organized and clean dock-to-dock approach, we find that we can keep the scooters away from environmental hazards that could erupt, and overall just allows us to provide a very affordable and easy way for folks in the community to get around. So that's a little bit about
Sid, if I might just chime in there for 1 second. Sure. Good evening. This is Matt Dickovic with White Fox. One of the other things we saw in areas where a dockless model was implemented was that it required more intervention by the municipal host or the private property host, depending on how these were deployed. Mostly, the issue became scooters being left in a pedestrian right-of-way, in a parking space, in a handicap lane, a stairway, blocking some other thoroughfare, that required some sort of local intervention that was outside of the scope of the balancing team's normal responsibilities. And so in order to limit the intervention of any of our partners, whether they be public or private, the docked model solves for basically all of those issues.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Moving on to the next question, happy to provide more color with any additional questions. But answering the second question, how close to a final destination does a dock need to be for riders to be encouraged to use a docked model, and can this be achieved in Rancho Cordova? So we find there's three major use cases for the vehicles, one being an A to A trip, which is generally errands or grabbing groceries, something like that, where they start at a location or a docking station and end up back at that docking station at the end of the ride. A second use case, which is more of a commuting A to B use case, or getting from place to place. And finally, we're starting to see a lot of people, actually in our Newark deployment that was very recent, that maybe don't have access to vehicles or cars in a very car-centric area, and they're actually using this as their main mode of transportation until they get their vehicle if they choose to. So we have a lot of people using this for Uber Eats or DoorDash, or even people of lower socioeconomic areas who are able to actually open up job opportunities because they actually can use the unlimited passes that are very affordable and use this to get around and actually make an income as well. So we've seen a variety of different people walking different for each and every use case, but generally we find that 5 to 10 minute walk is absolutely possible, especially if it's a longer ride or a longer use case. So that's a little bit about that.
In addition, I would just add there that we've also seen the integration of e-scooter docks coupled with opportunities for public transit. So a great example is in Newark, New Jersey. There's a New Jersey Transit train line that runs into a main hub in the center of the city. There's a dock located basically across the street. That dock has become very popular for folks to be able to take advantage of public transportation, which otherwise may have been inconvenient because they couldn't do that last mile or whatever the approximate distance is on the end of that trip. And so the e-scooter has really enabled a large group of folks that wouldn't otherwise be able to use that train to now use that train conveniently to get to work, school, or wherever else they need to go.
Yeah, and to that point, as Matt was saying as well, we find that the docked model especially, is more reliable. We see, in general, the dockless approach, if you're used to seeing scooters, maybe it's 2 blocks away, maybe it's 5 blocks away. With the docked approach, you kind of get used to where the hubs are, and you can rely on that for effective commuting to a potential job opportunity or things like that. So a lot more reliable as well, and also more COVID safe and friendly that I didn't mention earlier. As Stefan mentioned or Byron mentioned earlier, we did integrate a spot for sanitizing wipes at each and every docking station to truly allow people who may not be comfortable with public transportation or getting into a crowded bus be able to, similar to a grocery store, actually grab a sanitizing wipe down their vehicle to make sure it's completely sanitized, and then go on their way in the safest COVID possible way. So those are a few extra tidbits as well. And finally, what is White Fox's plan to reach out to private property owners for additional docking locations? We know that Stefan and Byron had recommended a few private properties that maybe the city would love to prioritize. And so we're happy to work with the city to make sure that we are prioritizing private property deployments in those areas first. But we have already partnered with some of the top private property developers in our current service area. We most recently partnered with I believe it's the largest planetarium in the New Jersey, or actually in the U.S., that's based here in Jersey City, that has over 100,000 visitors every single month. So from small micro communities to large apartment buildings to university campuses to very large, if not the largest planetariums and things like that, we've been able to partner with them very easily. So that is quite effective and very easy for us to do. But Matt, you can.
And so collaboratively moving forward, as the city identifies properties or locations where we think additional docks make sense, as part of that collaborative process with introductions from the city, we could present the value of the project and of the docking location to residents or commercial tenants of those prospective locations and work with them to do installations in those areas at the recommendation of the city. It's something that we do on a regular basis, and we've smoothed out any wrinkles in that process whatsoever.
And happy to answer any additional questions as well.
Thank you, Sid. Thank you, Matt. Mr. Mayor, if there are any other...
Go ahead, Linda.
Okay. So, sorry guys, I've never ridden one. It's not my generation. All my kids have ridden them. If somebody wanted to get on light rail and take it with them, even though it would be illegal, do these things fold up?
So Linda, they do not fold up. They're actually, there's no way to actually easily transport them unless obviously you have, a very large vehicle. They are 40 pounds in weight, so quite more stable and kind of like a completely different class of scooter than a traditional consumer scooter that does fold and, is portable. So, larger tires, really meant for this use case of scooter share.
The heavy duty thing.
Very heavy duty.
Don't think Razor scooter. The Razor scooter is kind of the first thing that comes to most people's mind. It's a very lightweight, easy to carry around. This is a totally different type of technology. It's a very stable platform. My first ride was in a suit and tie, and it's extremely easy to operate, despite what you might think.
So, Stacy, I'm going to ask you real quick, is there any public comment at this moment?
The city clerk's office did not receive any public comment via email, but we do have 2 hands that are raised in Zoom. So if you're okay, I'm going to let the first person speak.
Yes.
That's Austin Allen. Austin, you'll have 3 minutes. Austin, are you there?
I'm here. Hi, this is Austin from the White Rock neighborhood. Very happy to see micromobility trying to come into the city of Rancho Cordova. And I'm also part of BARC. I have a couple of quick comments on the exclusivity agreement for the first 12 months, or just a question that hopefully can be clarified. If this is exclusive for just scooters or scooters and bikes, say if there's another operator that wanted to come in and offer bikes, is that possible? And is the exclusivity based on mode as well? So say another operator wants to come in dockless, are we excluded from that option? Seeing just scooters being docked seems very limiting, and having that limited to 12 months. So thank you.
And the second person?
Stefan and Byron, I believe. Oh, sorry. Should I respond to that, Stacy, or should we keep going?
Go ahead and respond.
Okay. Yeah, Byron and Stefan, I believe that it is only for scooter share, not for bikes. So if a bike provider didn't want to come in, that's absolutely fine. And I believe the reason for the exclusivity was to truly test a docked model in this proposed pilot program to gather the data and then kind of let the city, decide on, is a docked model appropriate? Are the benefits, actually panning out, or is a dockless model more preferable? And just to gather that data for that pilot period time frame. So that's a little bit from our side.
And I think I would just add that the modularity, not to debate the issue, but just for your conception, the modularity of the docking stations themselves, and with the high cap on the number of scooters at around 400, allows for a wide dispersion of geography when we're considering where the installation is. So I understand the concept of a docked scooter may seem limited when considering the general concept of a dockless scooter, but it's actually quite the opposite.
And then I just add from a staff perspective, so this is really the third iteration of trying to bring micromobility to the city of Rancho Cordova. We haven't been successful quite yet. So in this case, we are trying to do whatever we can to try and offer and make a successful first attempt at a pilot program. So it may not work out, but that's sort of why we have the short time frame. And really, if we're in the time it's taken to kind of get to this point, it's about a 6-month negotiation period. So, in reality, you're maximum only losing about 6 months of time frame, which goes by pretty quick. And I know from this business model, Sid will tell you that the summer months are really the core months of the year to really be operating. So, if the goal of getting here tonight is to be able to launch the program by the summer season, we can really see what happens this year versus having to wait until perhaps winter season, which is not ideal, or next year.
Yeah, well, good news, Stefan, is we don't have rain anymore. So we're good. So they'll be able to go from summer all the way through winter.
Mayor Gatewood,
Can we hear from Nick Uchin?
Thank you.
Hello, this is Nick with BARC again. And like Austin just said, we are supportive of making convenient, low-cost alternative forms of transportation, such as these shared scooters, available to the people of Rancho Cordova. But if I understand this model correctly, it would require a driver's license to rent the scooters. And we think that driver's license requirement is overly restrictive and would exclude individuals in need of this service.
Just to speak to that very quickly, and thank you for your comment, the driver's license is just an example of the type of identification required. Basically, the purpose of the identification is to ensure that the user is over 18 years of age. So if there are other forms of identification the city feels comfortable incorporating, we can easily do that from a technological standpoint.
Yeah, any valid form of ID, it does not need to be a driver's license. We have a lot of folks who don't have driver's licenses, ride quite regularly. So that's a great point, but absolutely can accept other forms of valid ID as well.
All right, Siri, Donald, or David, do you guys have any questions for the applicant?
I think I was the one that was the most vocal about this. So thank you for coming. I get that your model addresses what most concerns local municipalities and operators of micro transit programs like this. So scooter share programs, you're addressing the blight, the theft, and the headache that it can cause to local governments and local communities. I get that. And I appreciate that. But up until the pandemic, this model was the dinosaur of scooter share. And I get your comments about what you're trying to do here. And I'm willing to support it as a pilot program to see if it can work. My concern, though, at this point, and Stefan, you do great work. Our staff in general do great work. And I know how hard you've worked to try to produce some version of scooter share for us to have in the city. And so I want to support this. What I don't want to support is the exclusivity of it. And so that's really the only sticking point I have after hearing kind of the way you want to approach it. And and Stefan, I even hear the fact that if somebody was to come to us, it's going to take 6 months to get to here. And so we're really talking a 6-month exclusivity. But I don't want 6 months of another operator thinking I'm wasting my time if I go talk to Rancho when I can go to Folsom, or I can go to Elk Grove, or I can go to West Sac, or I can go, well, West Sac, I already has them, Citrus Heights even. And so, if the operators are willing to approach us or to approach this as not an exclusive contract, I'm willing to support it right now. But I mean, my concern really comes down to the fact that, whenever you launch I don't really think there's a way to address the question around private property owners, which is that you haven't engaged with them yet, so you don't have additional sites approved and secured. Which I mean, if you came to me and you said VSP and all of the light rail stations and the farmers market area for RT, and that those have all been worked out, that's a much different conversation. If you told me where all of your nodes of transportation are going to be and all of those shopping centers are covered, that'd be a lot different. But it's a pilot program, so I'm willing to give you that slack. But at the same time, I don't want to have to close my eyes and cover my ears for the next 9 months if Lime or Lyft or Bird or somebody else come calling and say that they would like to launch. Mm-hmm. And so that's really the only hang up I have here. I mean, I have concerns about the model because it's not where the industry was going 12 months ago or 14, 15 months ago. But we're in a different world, and I can accept that. And I want this service for our residents. So I'm willing to let you experiment and see if you can make it work. But I don't want to have to give up somebody else coming in approaching the city. And obviously, anybody else approaches, we wouldn't give them exclusivity on anything.
Right. So Vice Mayor Terry, I totally understand where you're coming from, and you know, it's interesting because you know, we were actually the first docked e-scooter company. So the V1 of bike share in the old days was docked bike share. Then they went to dockless bike share, and then they went to dockless scooter share. But they kind of skipped over the docked scooter share component. And as we've seen in all around the nation, more and more cities are mandating a corral-based approach or a virtual docking station-based approach. So basically, they're moving closer and closer towards our approach, but there's no other company that actually started this from day one. So we are now implementing our proprietary docks that actually have that locking and charging functionality, and we've integrated sanitizing wipes. So we've just kind of, you know, so that's kind of our thesis on the model. On the exclusivity aspect, the only reason we really ask for it is because we want to truly gather the data and to figure out if a deployment in Rancho Cordova can be profitable and sustainable, not only for us, but for any scooter operator, because if other competition comes in the market, that obviously affects market share. And if we all have bad numbers, then all scooter shares leave Rancho Cordova and we all wrap up. So basically, we want to just figure out, is Rancho Cordova a sustainable market for any operator, not just us? And in order to do that, we just need to protect that market share and that revenue to figure out how much is actually there in the first place. So this is kind of just what we're trying to figure out, is how do we make the pilot successful and figure out that data, if that makes sense.
And
yeah,
I would also just add to that.
In reality, at some point in the market, you're going to see other competitors with different models. So I'm willing to be a guinea pig up until that point. So I guess my question for you is, if you're hoping for me to vote yes, are you willing to give up exclusivity?
Yeah, that would be something that we'd have to look at, because I think we don't want to, you know, give up exclusivity and then another player comes in day one, they see that, oh, we're doing really well, you know, month one, they come in, now everyone's doing badly. And, you know, and we've actually been approached by a lot of cities that were like, hey, Bird was here, they left. Another operator came in, they left. And so basically we don't want to make it a bad situation for everybody. So basically, in order to make this a financially sustainable model, we would need that exclusivity at this point to be able to actually figure out if Rancho Cordova would make sense for our model and for any scooter operator in general.
I would just say that this is the exact same answer that we heard after 3 years of negotiating with whatever Jump was before it was Jump. That they had to have exclusivity, and they went through all of these iterations with a big regional push to try to do this, and then Line walked in and said, we don't need any funding for the infrastructure, we'll do it all ourselves. And they came to it, and it was like all this work, and we ended up with the same model, and 3 or 4 months after they launched Jump, we were launching Line and a bunch of other ones. And so, again, like, I mean, I want to give you the chance. There's nobody else like banging down our door, but I personally, I want to support everything about this except the exclusivity. That's the thing that I can't live with.
The only other thing that I would point out, and I appreciate all of your comments here, and I understand you don't want to leave anything on the table, and I think that's a responsible perspective, but the point that I would make is that it also requires an investment from White Fox to be there, right? To come into the city and to make our best effort and to really make this happen for Rancho Cordova, which is what we all want, right? So we're in agreement on that point. And so I think in order for us to be willing to make that investment, it would require at least what we're now saying is basically 6 months of exclusivity, so that we have the ability to do that in the most productive environment possible. I think that it's probably not an unreasonable amount of time. We're not looking for some sort of extension on that. You know, once the pilot were to be over, it's probably not something we would seek in any kind of long-term contract. So we can put limitations on that exclusivity, but it's very difficult to be able to justify the investment for White Fox when we'd be walking into an environment that potentially would be sort of handicapping White Fox's investment from the beginning. So I don't say that to debate you on the point. I understand where you're coming from. I just wanted to present kind of the alternative perspective.
So is the ask 6 months or 12 months from now?
Well, the pilot program is 12 months. There's what is being contemplated as a 6 month ramp up, and then basically a 6 month operational phase. It's possible that the initial 6 months won't, the ramp up won't require 6 months. It may happen in a shorter period of time. but that's just what we had been discussing as part of this process.
Have all of your other cities that you've launched in had a 12-month exclusivity?
Sid?
Yeah, so
all your other cities have a
launched in had
6-month
the same.
exclusivity.
Yeah. So basically, to give you some background on our other cities, we've done a lot of private property deployments because either they have not RFP'd or, basically in some cases like Jersey City, they've been so supportive, but they've said, hey, we're not planning to do any official RFPs, but we are so supportive that we'd actually like to introduce you to some property developers. So they're basically, appreciating our private property approach and helping us in that way. So in Hoboken's case, they had Lime for an exclusive 12-month pilot. And then they ended that because of all the issues with the dockless, model, and they scrapped that. And now we're the only operator in that region with our private property partners and in talks with the city as well. So that's a little bit of background on the pilot. But generally, pilots are exclusive in terms of industry-wide to really test that market, similar to Hoboken, like the Lime pilot.
I will say, and I haven't said this in a long time, but I've said it in meetings before. I know that was an answer to a question. It wasn't an answer to my question. My question is, were all of your so I think my answer is no, or your answer is no, not all of your launches have been exclusive. Is that correct?
All of our signed contracts are exclusive contracts. So whether it's with a private property, university, a city, every contract that we've signed till date has been exclusive.
So when you get licensed so you're saying every city that you launched in, because it sounds like Hoboken, you just said you didn't have that. They introduced you to folks, and then they banned Lime. And then because in Hoboken
we have private property deployments. We don't have a contract directly with the city of Hoboken, so it's a little bit different there because they discontinued their pilot with Lime. They did not extend the pilot for another operator, so they introduced us to private property ownership around the city instead as a sort of a halfway measure, not having the city government have to actually go forward and do that project all over again.
I mean, my expectation with a docking system, you're going to be 90% in our business park anyways. You're not really going to penetrate into our neighborhoods. It would be really difficult for you to do it with a docking model, unless you're putting this on people's houses, which you're not going to do. And so, I mean, it's 30 or 40 employers and landowners that you're really going to negotiate with. I mean, I'm comfortable with that. And maybe what we do, and, at this late hour, I don't know how we accomplish it, but maybe the conversation is that you have exclusivity in the business park for a while, but it's that last mile stuff. It's penetrating into our underserved communities that I'm most concerned about. That, we have people that live 2 miles, 3 miles away from a community center that aren't going to use your product because they can't leave it, on the corner sometimes. And I get the plight of it too, but, unlike my colleague, Linda, I've logged hundreds of miles on these things in all kinds of cities across the country. And I get the shortcomings of what you're talking about, that they're not always charged, they're broke, they're left in the wrong place. I get all of that. But the revolutionary side of this work isn't just about getting people from City Hall and VSP and HealthNet to the light rail station. I mean, that's important, don't get me wrong, but I'll be brutally honest, and most of the people that work there don't even live here. They're not even our constituents. The people that I want to have access to this are the ones that can't afford a car and need to get to light rail or to a bus station or to a doctor's appointment.
Yes,
we hear that. We hear that, and that's something. Sorry, Ted, I just want to jump in and kind of give an example here. So in Newark, which is New Jersey's largest city, there was a similar situation where there's a very robust, consolidated downtown business district, but then there's sort of a more dispersed, what they refer to as outer wards. And so finding locations where those outer ward residents can have an access point to a micromobility solution to get downtown or to get to another transit hub, wherever they're trying to go, is really important. And so one example of something we did was partner with St. James AME Church, which became sort of a hub access point, not only for their congregants, but for the community around the church. And so there are probably many great opportunities for partnerships like that with some of the private property owners in more of the suburban areas, in more of the residential areas of Rancho Cordova, where we could find some creative solutions to accomplish that goal, because I totally agree with you, it's an important element of what we do here. So,
go ahead, Linda, you had something.
I was going to say, I've done a lot of talking. Now other people need to weigh in.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Just the last point on that point is that where some of those folks that are outside the downtown area are already getting their transportation solutions, like you mentioned, the bus stops, we could very easily put docking stations by the some of the bus stop areas in the outside of the downtown region. So folks who are already used to going to the bus stops to commute into the downtown area, they could very easily have a different, a very affordable and COVID safe alternative as well. So, yeah.
Linda, go ahead.
So Sid has a lovely idea. It would be great if we had bus stops in Rancho Cordova. We are underserved by the bus community. So, number one, personally, I have no problem with the exclusivity. Number two, I totally appreciate the docking system because in places where I have been, like San Antonio, where they have dockless scooters that are provided by multiple companies, there are scooters all over everywhere. And from my perspective, it's completely disorganized. It doesn't do the city's image any good, and it must be incredibly difficult for the scooter owners to figure out where their scooters are located. Number three, I have been in New Jersey. It was a long time ago. I don't know what the urban development plan is like in some of the cities that they're referencing, like Hoboken and other places like that.
Jersey City, Newark.
That one, yeah. So, so it's difficult for us to compare the situations that they have in those areas with what we have here. But number four, it would seem incredibly logical that we could find places to put docks, because as I said to you guys the last time that that we reviewed this, what has struck me about the younger, and actually Donald and Garrett and Siri, I'm not talking about people your age. I'm actually talking about parents who are younger than you all are. And I see them on scooters with their little kids going to the park, going around the village green, going to Lowe's or Subway or whatever. And so given that we have a lot of younger people who live around here, not only are there logical places to put them, but there are logical places around north side Rancho Cordova, like the churches, like Cordova Neighborhood Church or Sun River Neighborhood Church, where they have lots of space. And then you can think about places like the Raley Center, where there's wonderful big public sidewalks and lots of space. So I don't see a problem. I truly do not see a problem with giving them an exclusive right to do this for several months.
Okay. David, what do you think?
I've witnessed these debates in the city of Sacramento and West Sacramento. SACOG was an organizer of these debates about how to best do this sort of operation. Lots of turmoil, people in, people out, worries about where the scooters end up and who maintains them. And I've been in Indianapolis and seen like total scooter chaos where there are 4 different companies and they're everywhere over the downtown, 8-block area. And then outside of that, there's none. I've ridden one up and down the Potomac in DC. I think I may have ridden the first scooter into DC because I rented it on the Virginia side, rode it across the 14th Street Bridge, left it at the statue or at the Washington Monument, where I couldn't restart it. Apparently, it triggered. It was off because it was out of the zone. I didn't realize at the time it wasn't supposed to leave Virginia, but So
you literally just admitted to stealing a scooter, David.
I was about to say, you're about to get a bill.
Why would you?
Somebody's about to send you a bill.
Grocery store.
Oh my gosh, it
The
was
meter's still running on that scooter.
Yeah, probably the tab is still running for me on that one. But I did see some others later, so I may not have been the first, but I have no proof of that. But in any case, I like this. I'm challenged a little by this, docked model. I think where it could be used is going to be limited, but I want to try. And there are a few players in this market, and it's very tumultuous at the moment. I think 12 months is probably about the right amount of time to try.
All right. And Siri, what do you think?
It's nearly 2 o'clock for the applicants, so my answer is going to be short. I agree with the staff recommendation.
All right. So at this point, it's really late there. Really early in New York. So we're excited about having you for the 12th month. Let's see, do I have to take any action? I'm going to ask for a motion.
Oh.
Linda.
I will, but I just filed this.
No.
You can keep it simple and move the staff recommendation if you would like.
Okay. I move that we direct the city manager to execute a 1-year agreement with White Fox Scooters in a final form that would be approved by the city attorney.
We get a
I second.
Excellent. Roll call.
Councilmember Pulapati?
Yes.
Councilmember Budge?
Yes.
Councilmember Sander?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Terry?
Aye.
Mayor Gatewood?
Yes. All right. We're excited. Thank you guys for staying up so late. We really appreciate you. Very excited. I expect to be the first one to drive the scooter.
Thank you for having us.
And the first one to crash your scooter. Just be prepared.
Check his driver's license.
ID verification, credit card.
All right. And at this moment, I'm going to ask for future agenda items, but I do want to do the one. We do need to talk about the purveyors of people that drive tractors in our city and cut weeds.
Weed abatement. Yeah.
Weed abatement. I am tired of the fire being set. They almost burned down City Hall so far. Almost got into Anatolia. They've been going around. So let's have a workshop on that and figure out how we can protect our city.
Just remember that was my idea, not yours.
And Garrett, you and I will bring home more information after tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll talk to the fire chief and see what he says too.
Yeah, city staff comes up with a good explanation. We may not actually need to schedule a meeting about it, but we should get an update about it.
Yeah. Council, as a note, the fire that got started today was done. It was the property owner himself that was doing the mowing. So it's hard. It's really hard when enforcement of these kind of things will be very difficult.
I'd say still put them on the list that they shouldn't be able to cut their own grass then.
All right. And at that, meeting is adjourned.
Thank
you all.
Thank you. Well, good night.
Thank you, everyone.
Good night.